Chapter 1831. The craziness of the five-colored Emperor Dragon made the evil spirit Emperor very happy. He didn't even need to do anything, and the Kai Yuan world was already in a mess. The crystal barrier was broken, and as long as Yi Tianyan was killed, it would be easy to break in. Even the heavens are helping this emperor. Once this brat dies, we can launch a general attack and easily occupy this Kai Yuan world. Evil Spirit Emperor was very happy. It had been a long time since he was this happy. First, Yi Tianyan had successfully transcended the tribulation and was about to become a divine lord, causing everything he had to go down the drain. Suddenly, the situation changed, and Yi Tianyan was about to be killed. How could he not be happy? This brat still wants to resist the power of the heavens. He really overestimates himself. Evil Spirit Emperor looked at Yi Tianyan, who was constantly resisting with contempt. Yi Tianyan was still trying to kill the five-colored Emperor Dragon. To him, how laughable! This was like hitting a rock with an egg. If this continued, Yi Tianyan would definitely die. Again, Yi Tianyan did not give up. If he did not succeed in transcending the tribulation, then everything would be over, especially now that the crystal barrier was gone. If he died, it would really be over. It was just that the five-colored Emperor Dragon in front of him was too strong. All of his moves were useless. It was extremely difficult to kill it. He finally managed to hit the five-colored Emperor Dragon, but it was only a superficial wound. The effect was minimal. This almost made him vomit blood. He had spent so much effort, but it was only a superficial wound. Just when he thought that he was unable to defeat the five-colored Emperor Dragon, he suddenly realized that as time passed, the five-colored Emperor Dragon became weaker and weaker, and at the same time, the system's progress became higher and higher. Could it be that I didn't plan on killing this five-colored Emperor Dragon from the start, and only needed to block it? Yi Tianyan was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. At first, he thought that he would have to kill the five-colored Emperor Dragon, but now it seemed that he was too naive. There was no need to do so. As long as he could hold on for long enough, he would win. If he thought about it carefully, even if the heavens were very despicable, they would still give him a chance. If they sent out a god emperor, there was no way they could fight back. If they could fight back, why would they need to break through to the god emperor realm? Therefore, Yi Tianyan's next move was very simple. He immediately equipped the grand Magus Divine Set and continued to defend. As he resisted, the five-colored Emperor Dragon became weaker and weaker. It was not that it would always be strong, but it would slowly become weaker. In the end, when it was weakened to a certain extent, Yi Tianyan held the Dragon God Demon Spear and ruthlessly pierced through the five-colored Emperor Dragon, killing it on the spot. In the end, he was killed. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyan for successfully breaking through to the early stage lower god Emperor realm. Finally, he had successfully broken through to the Celestial Emperor stage. However, even if it was the Celestial Emperor stage, it would still be divided into 3 levels. It was no different from the previous levels. Among them, the Evil Spirit Emperor's cultivation was at the level of a middle god emperor, which was far stronger than a normal god emperor. Of course, this made no difference to Yi Tianyan. As long as he broke through to the Celestial Emperor stage, coupled with crazy mode, everything else would be trash. As rays of divine light descended, not only was Yi Tianyan enveloped by the divine light and started to strengthen his body, even the Kai Yuan world was enveloped by the divine light. When the other god emperors saw this scene, they were rather shocked. The five-colored Emperor Dragon was killed just like that. Previously, it looked like it could crush the entire Kai Yuan world. Who knew that, as it persisted, the five-colored Emperor Dragon would become weaker and weaker. In the end, it was only at the level of a half-step god emperor, and it was killed by Tianyun. Looks like this giant dragon will not maintain its celestial emperor stage cultivation. It will slowly become weaker. I thought it was dead for sure. Looks like if I persevere, I will be able to counterattack. However, to be able to persist for so long is really not easy. If I didn't have celestial emperor stage cultivation before, I probably wouldn't be able to last more than a few moves. This is going to be interesting. Look at the evil spirit emperor's face darkened. The god emperors were somewhat gloating. They all looked at the evil spirit emperor, who had an ugly expression. It was another great rise and fall. They originally thought that Tianyun had been killed, but now it seemed that he was naive. It was really a great rise and fall. He didn't even feel happy for long before he fell to the bottom again. It seemed like everything had been in vain. In the end, nothing had changed. Tianyun didn't care about the situation in the outside world at all. He was completely immersed in breaking through. All the cores in his body were condensing crazily, turning into one core. Actually, this was not the main point. The main point was inside the Kai Yuan world. In an instant, the bloodlines of all the human cultivators started to surge crazily. All of their cultivations advanced by leaps and bounds. Some broke through several major realms in one go. Those who were slightly weaker broke through a major realm. It was terrifying. This was only the treatment of the human cultivators. The other races didn't change much, especially Shuyun and Shue, who had a deep relationship with Tianyun. Cultivation was the most terrifying thing about breaking through, especially Shue. She broke through to the upper heavenly god level in one go. One had to know that she was only at the Divine Lord level before, but now she directly broke through to the upper heavenly god level in one go. The key was that the later stages were so difficult to break through, but they jumped so much. The weaker one's cultivation was, the stronger the realm they jumped. Not only did their cultivation jump greatly, but the power of their bloodlines also greatly strengthened. They all felt that there was an astonishing change in their breakthrough. For a moment, they were all stunned. They didn't know what was going on. How could such a situation suddenly happen? However, when they noticed the situation on Tianyun's side, they all knew what was going on. Tianyun's breakthrough made the entire Kai Yuan world see Tianyun, who was shrouded in divine light no matter where he was. It was as if he was announcing to the entire Kai Yuan world that he was going to become a god emperor, the ruler of this place. Perhaps this is what it means when a man achieves the Tao. His chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. One person's breakthrough brought about changes to the entire race. As long as they had the human bloodline, they would be stimulated to their strongest potential. For a moment, the power of the human bloodline directly rushed to the strongest of all the races. Actually, the evil spirit race had more or less the same meaning. The reason why they were so powerful was because they had the evil spirit emperor. The appearance of the evil spirit emperor would greatly improve their bloodlines. Naturally, they wouldn't be much weaker than the heaven creator race. Tianyun was a little more heaven-defying. Not only did he have 20 levels of God Emperor Tribulation, but he also had to face the 5-colored Emperor Dragon. At that time, the effect would be comprehensive evolution. Chapter 1832. When a person became a celestial Dharch, everyone related to him would also break through. As long as someone broke through to become a celestial Dharch, everyone related to them would break through as well. This allowed the human race, which had the most numbers, to become the strongest in the Kai Yuan world. Even though most of their cultivation levels were low, their numbers were astonishing. Coupled with the change in their bloodline, it meant that they were destined to become the strongest race in the Kai Yuan world in the future. Of course, The premise was that Tianyun guarded the Kaiyuan world. If the evil spirit emperor did not invade, the human race would naturally dominate. However, if Tianyun was present, even if the human race did not have any breakthroughs, they would still dominate. After all, Tianyun was a celestial arch, the god of the Kaiyuan world. While the human race was immersed in ecstasy, the core in Tianyun's body had already mostly fused. It had completely turned into the purest primordial core, the chaotic core. This was the initial power of the world, and it was also the strongest power. Tianyun had fused with so many cores, so the strength he achieved was naturally the strongest effect. The evil spirit emperor's dark core was very powerful, but no matter what, it was just one core, compared to the chaotic core. Its grade was not just one level lower. The most important thing was that he had broken through to become a celestial arch and had the power of a true celestial arch. He did not need to care about other celestials' opinions. I've finally broken through. It's been so hard, but there's one more thing in my body. Tianyun saw a 5-colored emperor dragon circling around the chaotic core in his body. It looked very magical. He did not expect that after defeating this 5-colored emperor dragon, it would still appear in his body. Tianyun did not care about this. Instead, he probed his surroundings with his spiritual sense and found that the entire Kaiyuan world had changed. All the human cultivators had improved tremendously, which made him sigh with emotion. There's such an evolution. Is this the reward for completing the mission? No, this should be a very normal reward. After successfully breaking through, Tianyun naturally completed that special mission and obtained the reward for comprehensive evolution. Now, all the missions were cleared. Even the main mission was gone. Just when he thought there was no mission, a special voice sounded in his head. Successfully accepted the main mission, unify the entire chaotic world. Completed reward. System evolution. Finally, a new main mission. Is it the system's turn to evolve this time? Tianyun's eyes lit up. However, wouldn't it be a little difficult to unify the entire primal chaos realm? The primal chaos realm referred to the entire world, including the other planets. It was collectively known as the primal chaos realm. This meant that he had to suppress the other planets, including the evil spirit emperor's evil spirit planet. He had to suppress and rule them all. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to complete the mission. However, if it wasn't difficult, it wouldn't be a main quest. It would definitely be more difficult as it progressed. This time, the evolution of the system was a pleasant surprise to him. Many of his skills couldn't be upgraded, but with the system's upgrade, he would be able to continue upgrading them. But if he could suppress all the chaos realms, wouldn't he be invincible? If that was the case, what was the point of leveling up? He did not continue to think about it. He felt the evil spirit emperor's burning gaze and raised his head to look at the evil spirit emperor. What he saw was no longer contempt and disdain, but unwillingness and anger. Tianyun flew to the side of the barrier, looked at the evil spirit emperor, and said with a faint smile, "Oh, right, you said before that I was unable to break through to become a divine lord, but now that I have successfully broken through to become a divine lord, what do you say this time?" He would never let go of a chance to slap his opponent's face, especially when it came to ruthlessly slap his opponent in front of him. If you have the ability, then come out and fight this emperor. The evil spirit emperor looked at Tianyun coldly and signaled for Tianyun to come out. As long as Tianyun did not come out of the barrier, he would not be able to injure Tianyun and could only watch helplessly from outside. Then Tianyun took a step forward and walked out of the barrier just like that. He was not afraid of the evil spirit emperor at all. He had never been afraid of this kind of thing. He would naturally accept the evil spirit emperor's provocation. This scene shocked the other divine lordess. The other Divine Lord S really did not dare to casually go out. Otherwise, the evil Spirit Emperor would definitely rush over and fight with them. If they were to be entangled by the evil Spirit Emperor, they would at least be injured, and at worst die. Even if he broke through to the Divine Lord, he could still be slapped to death, without exception. The evil Spirit Emperor was startled, and then a hint of contempt and excitement flashed past the depths of his eyes. He instantly rushed in front of Yi Tianyun, and with a swing of his leg, he hooked it towards Yi Tianyun, wanting to kick him behind him to prevent Yi Tianyun from escaping back to the Kai Yuan world. Is this guy crazy? He just broke through to the Divine Lord and didn't even properly consolidate his cultivation before going out. Does he really think that he's invincible? Forget it. Many cultivators are like this. After becoming a little stronger, they think that they're invincible. If he doesn't die, it would be great if he could learn a lesson. Even if one breaks through to the Divine Lord, they are still divided into 3 levels. Facing a veteran like the evil Spirit Emperor, it would be difficult to deal with. When they saw the evil Spirit Emperor's attack, they all sighed deeply. They felt that Yi Tianyun was a little stupid and wasn't calm enough. With a slight provocation, it couldn't even be considered a provocation, and he had already left. In their eyes, this was a sign of immaturity. They knew that the Kai Yuan world had been suppressed too much, so they definitely had a lot of resentment towards the evil spirit race. It was normal for them to be able to rush out immediately. However, what this brought to him was the possibility of death. Yi Tianyun stood on the spot without moving at all. When he suddenly hooked his leg over, he slapped it with a backhand and collided with the leg that was thrown over. Boom! The void was instantly shattered, and a violent shockwave was transmitted into the barrier. When the Empyrean gods who were slightly further away were affected, they were all sent flying backwards and vomited blood. This was just a small aftershock. The shattering of the void created a spatial turbulence that wanted to suck the 2 of them in. However, the 2 of them did not move at all and were not affected at all. At the same time, Yi Tianyun also firmly blocked this kick. It had to be said that this seemingly ordinary kick was enough to destroy an entire divine domain. If a divine lord were to casually enter another person's world to fight, they would truly be able to destroy an entire divine domain with a flip of their hand. Your strength is not bad, but if you want to kill me like this, you're still a little too inexperienced. Yi Tianyun spun his fist, his eyes focused. Open for me. Yi Tianyun's empty left fist smashed towards the evil Spirit Emperor. The revolving chaotic force circulated around his fist, coordinating with his strength, instantly increasing by many levels. If the evil Spirit Emperor could shatter the void with a single kick, then he could shatter the world with a single punch. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The evil Spirit Emperor was sent flying by this punch, and in the end, his entire body smashed into the evil spirit world, creating a huge mushroom cloud in his own world. The area that was close to him was shaken into nothingness. Chapter 1833. When the Divine Lord S saw the evil Spirit Emperor being sent flying with a single punch, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. The evil Spirit Emperor was so powerful, no matter what, he was still a veteran Divine Lord. Even if his God Emperor tribulation was not as good as Yi Tianyun's, he was still at the level of a God Lord. With this kind of cultivation, he was still sent flying with a single punch. In particular, when he had easily blocked the evil Spirit Emperor's kick, he felt that everything was so insignificant. Is this still a Divine Lord who has just broken through? I feel that his level is even stronger than the evil Spirit Emperor. He's already so strong after just breaking through. If he were to continue breaking through, what kind of level would he be at? This might be because the evil Spirit Emperor was careless and thought that he was invincible. That's why he was hit by his opponent. They all had their own different opinions. Not only them, there were also their subordinates and elders who came to watch. In any case, coming over to take a look would be of great help to them. Boom! A black light rushed out from the evil spirit world and quickly appeared in front of everyone. The evil spirit emperor was not completely killed by the punch, but a large part of his body had caved in. There was a thick layer of black crystal protecting it, but it was still caved in by the punch. It had to be said that the power of this punch was not to be underestimated. His skin is quite hard. Tianyan shrugged his shoulders and laughed. The feeling of breaking through to Divine Lord was really good. Facing the powerful evil spirit emperor, he could still resist. Even though the evil spirit emperor's cultivation was not weak, with his crazy damage mode, even a god lord would be suppressed. Your strength has indeed exceeded this emperor's expectations. But that's all. The evil spirit emperor opened his hand in the air and quickly turned into a gigantic death god. Holding a pitch-black scythe in his hand, black energy spread out in all directions, devouring the surrounding space. In an instant, he created a pitch-black domain around him. He treated Tianyan as a true opponent, so he could only unleash his true strength and prepare to fight with Tianyan. The evil spirit emperor, who had unleashed his full strength, looked to be no small matter, much stronger than before. No wonder the evil spirit emperor was able to dominate this place, causing the other divine lordess to not dare to come out and fight him head-on. Looking at this gigantic death god, the power that erupted out was truly different. Supreme Dark Core. Huh? Awakening the power of the death god, Tianyan squinted his eyes and sized up the evil spirit emperor. Every divine lord had their own strongest power, and had even awakened a brand new bloodline energy. What the evil spirit emperor possessed was the power of a death god. After releasing the death god bloodline, he would transform into a death god, easily reaping anyone's life. He held the dragon god demon spear in his hand and was about to fight. Suddenly, a beam of divine light appeared in the void and enveloped all the god emperors. Whether it was Tianyan, evil spirit emperor, or the other divine lordess, they were all enveloped by this divine light. The god emperor selection officially begins. Following that, the divine light that enveloped them dragged them away one after another. They didn't even have the ability to resist before they were dragged away. In the next second, the entire battlefield became silent, leaving a group of spectators looking at each other, not knowing what was going on. In the blink of an eye, all the god emperors disappeared. They did not even have the strength to resist. The next moment, they reappeared in this special space. They were all stunned, not knowing what had happened. What's going on? They were all stupefied. They had been brought here for no reason, and no one knew what had happened. After the evil spirit emperor reacted, he glared at Tianyan. Just as he was about to continue attacking, he realized that he was unable to leave the circle of light at all. He was firmly fixed inside, and his range of movement was only this small. What the hell? Why can't I move? They were all shocked. They realized that they were fixed in place and couldn't even move. They were powerful divine lordess, but in this place, they seemed so insignificant. They continuously bombarded the circle of light, but to no avail. They were unable to break through the circle of light. Tianyan did not attack, but sized up the circle of light. Without a doubt, the energy that this circle of light possessed was already above theirs. As such, they were unable to break through the circle of light and leave. Looks like there's a real big shot behind. Tianyan shook his head, feeling that everything was like a farce. Soon after, a figure slowly descended from the sky, attracting their attention. Everyone turned their heads to look and realized that it was an artifact spirit. Where is this place? Hurry up and let me out. One of the divine Lord roared at the artifact spirit. He was a dignified divine lord, so he was naturally unhappy to be trapped here. Quiet! With a flip of the weapon spirit's hand, a terrifying amount of power turned into the power of the void. With a pull, the God Emperor was slapped across the face. The God Emperor did not even have the chance to fight back before he was sent flying and slammed into the light circle. It was a simple slap, but it transmitted astonishing power. A small artifact spirit was actually at the level of a superior divine lord, but that was all. As it was an artifact spirit, it meant that it was difficult for it to advance any further. However, it was more than enough to suppress them. Artifact spirit. Eteonyan looked at the old man who had descended, and detailed information immediately appeared in his mind. The person in front of him was an artifact spirit with a strong cultivation, and the power he controlled was much stronger than them. After displaying the corresponding power, all of the Divine Lord obediently shut their mouths. They thought that they would be above everyone else, but who knew that they were not even comparable to an artifact spirit? Since you are here, you better be quiet. The artifact spirit looked at them calmly. It has been so many years, and we have only just gathered all the divine lords from all the worlds. It is really too slow. However, the evil spirit world wanted to create a second divine lord, which was a good idea, but in the end, it still failed. Whether it is successful or not, now that all the divine lords have been gathered, it is time for the God Emperor selection. The artifact spirit explained calmly, out of all the divine lords, only one can survive. Here, it is not a competition of ability, but overall combat ability. Whoever is stronger will survive. It is that simple. After hearing this, the divine lords opened their eyes wide. There was such a thing. Senior, what is going on? What does the God Emperor selection mean? Fire Divine, Lord asked. It means exactly what it means. Only the strongest divine lord will be selected, and the rest will be eliminated. The artifact spirit said calmly, This doesn't make sense, right? We are all divine lords, such powerful existences. It was not easy to cultivate to this level. Why do we have to kill each other? Water Divine Lord was also confused. The strongest existences, the artifact spirit said calmly. That's right, you are the strongest existences, but only in this world. My master needs to choose the strongest God Emperor to advance to the next round. The rest will be eliminated. If Eteonyan still couldn't guess it, he would be a fool. Chapter 1834. The artifact spirit's words were so shocking. The artifact spirit was already so strong. What kind of level was its master at? The most important thing was to select the strongest celestial emperor among them, and the rest would be eliminated. Being eliminated was basically equivalent to death. Only by fighting to the death would it be considered over. Such a cruel selection made their hearts sink. They had worked so hard to reach this level. Although they had climbed up from the edge of death step by step, it was undoubtedly extremely cruel to have to go through such a battle. Some of them didn't even want to face this kind of competition. Once they died, there would be no leader. They didn't even have time to explain themselves before the battle began. If they died, they wouldn't even have the chance to explain themselves. Senior, can I not participate? The Earth God Emperor asked. No, you have to participate. If you insist on not participating, no problem. I will erase you from this world. The artifact spirit's expression was calm, as if it was talking about something trivial. In the other world, celestial emperors were synonymous with invincibility, but in this world, they were like chickens and ducks that could be slaughtered at will. Perhaps to them, it would take a long time to create a very strong celestial emperor. But in the eyes of the artifact spirit, it was strictly carrying out the order. No matter how hard they worked, it didn't matter. What was important was the result. Even if no celestial emperor appeared for hundreds of thousands of years, it didn't matter. As long as there were enough people, everything would start. The Earth God Emperor and the others looked sullen. They didn't think they could resist. Just the circle of light around them was enough to trap them here. This meant that it would be as easy as flipping one's hand to destroy them. So, the previous celestial emperors disappeared because they died in the selection of celestial emperors. Eteonian asked, "Yes, unless you win, you won't have the chance to return to your own world. When you step into this place, you have to win if you want to leave," the artifact spirit said expressionlessly. Eteonian roughly knew what was going on. No wonder there were several celestial emperors in the Kayuan world, but none of them came back. They might have died in the end. When there were enough people, the selection of celestial emperors would come. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to come back. The medicine god temple also thought that their ancestor was still alive, but now it seems that he is dead. What about the winner? Can he stay in his own world forever? Eteonian grasped the key point and continued to ask, "No, I can only leave a few things before I leave this world." The artifact spirit looked at them and said calmly, "The explanation is almost over. If you want more detailed information, you can ask the one who survived. I don't need to explain too much to those who can't survive." The artifact spirit was intelligent. It knew that talking too much was useless. In any case, only one of them could survive. As for the one who survived, he could ask whatever he wanted. Even if he asked clearly now, it would be useless. If he was dead, it would be a waste of time, no matter how much he asked. All of the divine emperors had gloomy expressions on their faces, and even the evil spirit emperor's expression was unsightly. It wasn't that he was afraid of fighting, but he felt very unhappy that he was firmly controlled. After cultivating for so many years, they all thought that they had left the control of the heavens and could dominate the world by themselves. But from the looks of it now, he was just a chess piece that could be kneaded as he pleased. They didn't even know the real situation, yet they were forced to compete. Some of them didn't have any enmity with each other, so they had no choice but to fight. Those who chose to surrender would all die. In the end, this emperor will win. This emperor is the final victor. The evil spirit emperor laughed. He stood forward and looked at Eteonian and the others with disdain. "I haven't been able to make a move against you all, but now it seems that I can finally have a good fight. Let's see if you can continue to hide in your own world. Let's see how you can hide this time." The other divine emperors and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. The pressure from facing the evil spirit emperor was not small, and some of their cultivations were not as high as the evil spirit emperors, so they naturally felt the pressure increase. "And you, that battle just now isn't over. I hope you don't die so quickly. Wait to continue fighting with this emperor." The evil spirit emperor looked at Eteonian coldly. If he hadn't been dragged here, he would have fought with Eteonian already, and no one knows who would have won. Eteonian also stared at him and laughed coldly. "Don't worry as long as you don't die. I won't die so quickly. The hatred between us is not over yet. If I don't flatten your evil spirit race, I won't die." What a joke! If you hadn't been captured just now, the one who would have died would have been you. The evil spirit emperor was full of confidence in his own strength and did not believe that he would lose. "Is that so? We'll know when the time comes." Eteonian smiled indifferently. He did not continue arguing with the evil spirit emperor, but turned his gaze to the artifact spirit, not knowing what else the artifact spirit had to say. The artifact spirit swept a glance at them and said indifferently, "The selection of the divine Lord will not begin so soon. It will be roughly divided into 10 years, and after a battle, you will rest for 10 years. At the same time, there are all kinds of cultivation grounds for you to choose from." There are also all kinds of spirit medicines for you to choose from. Now, we will begin to allocate the areas. When the time comes, you will all be gathered together again. Then, without waiting for them to ask anything, the artifact spirit waved its hand and teleported them away. Tianyan only felt a flash of light before he disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment, he appeared in another area. This place was vast and boundless, and as far as the eye could see, there were spirit medicines everywhere. There were spirit medicines from the 1st to the 9th level. Although the proficiency was not unlimited, at least the spirit medicines that could not be seen normally could be seen here. Not only were there many spirit medicines, there were also many cultivation grounds. There were all sorts of major attributes in the surroundings, which meant that there were more than a dozen high-grade cores. They were all set up here. Although they weren't at the 9th level, they were at least at the 7th or 8th level, which was equally shocking. The resources here were definitely top-notch. It was truly an excellent place to cultivate. However, for those below the Divine Lord level, for those above the Divine Lord level, the effects of the resources here were extremely limited. They could only slightly consolidate or increase their recovery speed. To put it bluntly, this was just a place to recover. If one wanted to cultivate, how could 10 years be enough? It would be over in the blink of an eye, and they probably wouldn't even be able to cultivate a single hair. I wonder what the purpose of doing this is, to filter out the strongest Divine Lord. Tianyan's eyes burned. It seems like things won't end so easily. There are still so many things to do. Cultivating to the Divine Lord level, but still being someone else's chess piece. How laughable. However, I will not be someone else's chess piece. Chapter 1835. Since he had to stay here for 10 years, Tianyan did not act rashly, nor did he try to use the teleportation divine level stone to leave this place. He knew that he was definitely within the range of the artifact spirit's line of sight. If he left casually, he would definitely be captured. It was fine if he was captured, but if it was a soul search or something like that, it would be troublesome. Everything was possible. Without sufficient strength, he really did not dare to act rashly. Although he could not act rashly, he immediately began to absorb them crazily. After all, there was nothing to do here. He crazily swept these spirit medicines over, then turned them into pills and swallowed them, turning them into wave after wave of experience. In any case, to him, how much experience he could earn was how much experience he had. To him, staying here and meditating was better than swallowing these spirit medicines. In any case, they were all picked up for free, so he could use them as he pleased. Not only the spirit medicines, even the core was crazily devouring them, raising the core energy in his body. If he could raise it to a higher level, he would naturally raise it. However, because he had turned into a primal chaos core, it was even more difficult to raise his level. Moreover, this primal chaos core was different. What 6th or 7th grade? It was impossible to determine. Even the detection, I could not detect it, which meant that the product of the primal chaos core had already exceeded the detection range of the detection I. Tianyan did not care about how high the grade was. In any case, it was fine as long as there was no problem for him. Following that, he continued to devour and cultivate so that time would pass faster. He was not worried about the Kai Yuan world. If all the divine lords were taken away, there would be no leader. Without a leader, the evil spirit race could not possibly attack wantonly, right? Even if they attacked wantonly, he believed that the current Kai Yuan world had the ability to resist the evil spirit race. When he broke through to the Divine Lord realm, his own clansmen had a large breakthrough, and they would definitely be able to shoulder the core strength of the Kai Yuan world. In terms of astonishing numbers, they were not afraid of the evil spirit race at all. No matter what, The human race had the strongest reproductive ability. Now that they had improved in all aspects, that level could be said to have jumped several levels. As time passed, year after year quickly passed. Inside the space Eteonion was in, not even a blade of grass could be seen. Eteonion had devoured everything. All the medicinal pills had died, and even the core energy had been absorbed into experience points. After breaking through to the God-Arch realm, his devouring ability increased tremendously. In the blink of an eye, it was sucked dry. How could his speed be compared to before? My devouring ability has improved so much. The previous devouring ability was too weak. I didn't even want to use it. However, I don't really want to use it now. I'll just kill it in one move. Eteonion was very satisfied with the current situation, but there was nothing in front of him to absorb. There were still 2 years until the 10 years were up, but he hadn't absorbed anything yet. As for the artifact spirit, it hadn't even come out once. Even if he called out to the artifact spirit would not come out. He had no idea where it had gone. Finally, after 10 years, a beam of divine light enveloped him and dragged him away from his original spot. In the next second, he appeared in a void. It was pitch black here, and there was nothing at all. When he arrived here, the other god lords appeared one after another, including the artifact spirit. Eteonion turned his head to look. These god lords did not make any progress in breaking through. Reaching this level, every step was extremely difficult. It wasn't that their comprehension was too bad. It was that their resources couldn't keep up. Those resources were unable to improve anything, so it was naturally difficult for them to break through. Unless the resources were terrifying and they were constantly being used, they might be able to improve. Evil Spirit Emperor was an example of this. Who knew how many resources he had snatched to be able to raise him so fat? One had to know that the other god lords were all lower-level god lords, and only Evil Spirit Emperor was a middle-level god lord. From this, one could imagine how much resources Evil Spirit Emperor had taken out. Perhaps the other god lords would even have to offer sacrifices in order to quell Evil Spirit Emperor's plundering. Otherwise, it would be like the Kai Yuan world, constantly sending evil spirit race over to attack. 10 years have passed. Now, we will begin the selection of God Lord. The artifact spirit was still expressionless, without any emotions in it. Now, we will randomly assign opponents. With a wave of his hand, they all disappeared from where they stood and entered their own battlefields. Every battlefield was simply isolated by a barrier, but the battlefield was very wide, so it was completely possible to display one's skills without fear of being trapped in a corner. This time, Eteonion was facing the Fire Divine Emperor, a god lord who possessed the power of the supreme fire god. Every time he raised his hand, there would be flames that could easily burn through the void. The other god lords had also been assigned their opponents. All of them had their own opponents, and they were at a distance away from them. From afar, they could see that they were in a corner separated by a barrier. The opponents have already been assigned. There is no such thing as surrender in a battle. Only one side dies and it ends. If you stop attacking each other and purposely don't fight and want to end it in a draw, both of you will be killed together. The artifact spirit continued to explain in a calm tone, but the words he said made them feel a chill run down their spines. If they wanted to end it in a draw, both of them would be killed together. This was basically equivalent to one of them dying in battle. They couldn't go easy on each other, nor could they negotiate with each other to end it in a draw. Such opportunism would only bring about destruction. No matter what, only one person could survive. This was the rule. The artifact spirit wouldn't change anything. Rules were rules. Even if his mouth was broken, he wouldn't be shaken in the slightest. Unless the owner of the artifact spirit appeared, he might still be able to negotiate. Unfortunately, it was an artifact spirit. The artifact spirit had feelings, but that was only limited to its master. To others, rules were everything. Now let the battle begin. After the artifact spirit announced it, the evil spirit emperor's side immediately started fighting without any hesitation. On the other hand, the other god, Lordess, did not attack so quickly. For example, the fire divine emperor in front of Tianyun did not attack immediately. Friend, we haven't even properly greeted each other before engaging in a life and death duel. It seems like we are just chess pieces that have been nurtured. As for where we are going to use them, none of us know. The fire divine emperor smiled indifferently. You have just broken through to become a god lord. So in theory, I have the advantage. However, when I see you fighting with the evil spirit emperor for a while, I'm afraid that you have a higher chance of winning. You might even be the final victor. After all, in all these years, you are the only one who has the upper hand against the evil spirit emperor. As for us, we are just existences that have always been suppressed. The fire divine emperor laughed self-deprecatingly, looked at Tianyun with a burning gaze, and continued, I hope that if you win to the end, you can let my world go, please. I will. Tianyun nodded. He definitely could not lose. Chapter 1836. Tianyun could not lose. Not only did he have his own family behind him, but he also had the entire Kai Yuan world. Especially against the evil spirit emperor, he could not lose. Once he lost, the Kai Yuan world would definitely be destroyed. He knew that the fire god emperor also had his own family. Otherwise, he would not have said such a thing. Although there was no enmity between them, he could not resist the artifact spirit's gaze. Once he resisted, not only would he die, but the entire Kai Yuan world might also be affected. Although I don't think my chances of winning are high, I will still strive to win. No matter what, I am a god emperor. I climbed from the bottom to the top step by step. Even if I die, I will die standing. The fire god emperor stretched out his hand in the void, and his entire body turned into a flame spirit body. No part of his body was solid, which meant that no matter how he was cut, he could quickly recover. Xiong, 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 the flames burned through the sky, with the fire god emperor as the center. Everything was burned by the flames, and at the same time, they continued to extend in all directions. In the seemingly ordinary void, there were flames that could incinerate everything. This meant that even if he hid in the void, it would be useless. This flame could easily burn over and attack from all directions. Burning to the heavens. The fire god emperor used his strongest move. He who had transformed into the body of the fire god whistled over, burning through the void like countless fire dragons, and charged toward Tianyun. The burned void swept up pieces of debris, forming endless spatial turbulence. No matter what level of heavenly god emperor or half-step god emperor, as long as they got a little closer, they would be swept in and burned to ashes. This was the power of a god emperor. Releasing a little bit of power was far from what an ordinary heavenly god could compare to. Now that the fire god emperor was going all out, the power that erupted could definitely easily burn an existence in a god realm. If such an attack spread to a god realm, who knew how many billions of lives would be burned to ashes, just like that? Tianyun's eyes flickered, and like the beginning of chaos, they shot out from his eyes. He reached out and grasped the void, turning it into a gray light that gathered on his fist. Facing the fire god emperor, who had burned through the void, he did not have too many targets and punched forward fiercely. World of punches. The seemingly ordinary punch transformed into a faint ray of light as it charged forward. The seemingly ordinary punch hit the flames that were surging towards it just like that. In the next second, the seemingly invincible flame was like a bucket of cold water that was poured down from the sky, and it was quickly extinguished. The surrounding flames disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Finally, a figure was fiercely thrown out of the flames. After tumbling several times in the void, it lay on the ground. This person was the fire god Emperor. Originally, the body of the fire god did not materialize, but it was forcibly blasted out. It didn't seem to have a physical form, but it was still dominated by the soul. This punch annihilated all flames and blasted out the most fundamental soul. It looked bare. The flames on the fire god Emperor's body were extinguished just like that. With a single punch, he was severely injured and nearly died. This was the result of Eteonion holding back. If he had not held back, he could have blown up the fire god Emperor with a single punch. He kept him alive because he wanted the fire god Emperor to say a few more words to him. Cough, cough, cough. You're really too strong. My world is in your hands. The fire god Emperor smiled, but his eyes were still filled with unwillingness. Then he lay on the ground and said in a carefree manner, I admit defeat. As soon as his voice fell, the tool's spirit appeared in the void and reached out to the void, and the fire god Emperor disappeared without a trace. After a dignified god Emperor turned into countless powder and disappeared into the void, not even his body was left. Not even his treasures were left. Everything disappeared along with this move. Ding successfully killed the fire god Emperor, obtained 1 trillion compressed EXP, 100 million compressed crazy point, 100 million SPS, obtained fire god bloodline, fire god core, fire god soul. The fire god Emperor was not killed by Eteonion, but most of the fire god Emperor was injured by him. So the reward still belongs to him. Getting a lot of rewards, it can be said to be the most experience and the most crazy point in history. It made Eteonion very excited. Killing a few more god emperors, I don't know how many spirit herbs I used. Eteonion shook his head. This is really the fastest way to level up, no matter how much other absorption speed is extremely slow. Congratulations on successfully leveling up. After the battle, you can return to the cultivation place to restore your state. After the tool's spirit said, it disappeared in place and did not continue to communicate with him. After the tool's spirit disappeared, Eteonion sat on the side and watched the rest of the battle. Among them, the evil spirit emperor's battle ended the fastest. When he defeated the fire god emperor, the evil spirit emperor had already won and stayed on the side to watch the situation. The rest of the god emperors are still fighting, even if there is no resentment at this critical moment. Even if there is no resentment, even if there is no resentment at this critical moment, even if there is no resentment, even if there is no resentment, they will have resentment. If you want to live, you can only win. Then Eteonion felt the gaze of the evil spirit emperor. The two looked at each other, and Eteonion saw the contempt in his eyes. Even if Eteonion can kill the fire god emperor, in his eyes, it is nothing, because he can also kill the fire god emperor with one punch. The cultivation gap between the two is not small. It is not difficult to kill the fire god emperor. This battle lasted for a long time before it finally came to an end. Originally, including Eteonion, there were a total of 8 god emperors, now only 4. In a short period of time, 4 god emperors fell. They don't know how many years of hard cultivation, but in one day, everything turned to dust. Such a cruel situation must have happened many years ago, but they just didn't know it. Even a seemingly invincible existence would fall at some point. The outside world says that the Divine Lord is invincible, but it is completely a lie. The rumors are too powerful. Eteonion looked at the Divine Lordess, who had been killed, and sighed deeply. Some said that after becoming a Divine Lord, they would be able to revive their subordinates at will. This was simply nonsense, made up by those who did not understand. After breaking through to become a Divine Lord, it was indeed very terrifying, but it was far from being able to revive people at will. The reason why Tianyan was able to revive people was completely because of the effect of the title, and not because he had broken through to become a divine lord. The two did not match at all. However, saving people did indeed have a strong ability. As long as they still had a breath left, they could be saved. Chapter 1837. After the battle, Tianyun and the others were sent back to the training ground to rest for another 10 years. What surprised Tianyun was that all the resources were replenished. Those elixirs and the core energy were all replenished, not a bit less. It seemed that this was quite humane. He wouldn't come back to see an empty space when he rested because he had used too much. If that happened, he could only come back and stare. If that really happened, he could only take it out of his body to recover. There were no restrictions on this. There were no restrictions here. As long as he didn't want to escape, he could use anything in battle or now. Tianyun didn't waste it. Like before, he absorbed it crazily, leaving nothing behind. There was nothing to do here anyway. Since the artifact spirit had given him so many elixirs, why would he waste them? Another 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Tianyun had already absorbed all the resources here and welcomed the latest battle. This time, it was the Light God Emperor. According to attributes, he was an extremely strong God Emperor. It wasn't surprising that he could win until now. Fight! The Light God Emperor didn't waste time and immediately fought with Tianyun. He wasn't as emotional as the Fire God Emperor, so he didn't say much. He only had one word: fight. Tianyun didn't waste time either. He immediately unleashed his power and fought with the Light God Emperor. The battle ended quickly, and the Light God Emperor was defeated. Even at the moment of defeat, the Light God Emperor didn't say a word and died in silence. The battle was still a crushing victory for Tianyun. The Chaos Core was too powerful. It could restrain any attribute under the restraint of power. It was natural for the Light God Emperor to be crushed. Even though the Light God Emperor was already a late-stage Lower God Emperor, he was still crushed. But after he ended the battle, the Evil Spirit Emperor didn't. This time, his opponent was still very strong. Under the Evil Spirit Emperor's crazy attack, he didn't lose immediately. But after holding on for a while, he was still devoured. The Evil Spirit Emperor devoured its opponents and turned them into its own energy. As he devoured more and more Emperor gods, his aura became stronger and stronger. He was even stronger than before. It had to be said that this Evil Spirit Emperor's appetite was astonishing. It could even devour and absorb a divine lord. Evil Spirit Emperor is indeed strong. Tianyun couldn't help but praise the Evil Spirit Emperor. If the Evil Spirit Emperor was his companion, then it would truly be like a god helping him. Unfortunately, they were opponents and mortal enemies at that. After the Evil Spirit Emperor devoured his opponent, he looked at him with a provocative gaze. "Oh, your strength is not bad. But the more it's like this, the more it feels like devouring." After saying that, he licked his lips, suppressing his desire to devour Tianyun. He can't wait to devour him. "Oh, let's see how big your mouth is." Tianyun said calmly, "At the very least, devouring you won't be a problem." After the Evil Spirit Emperor finished his last sentence, the two of them were teleported back to the recovery area. The recovery area was the same as before, and all the resources had been replenished. There was no problem at all. Tianyun accepted it all, not leaving anything behind. After absorbing all of it, he continued to wait for the time to come with great satisfaction. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. This time, what Tianyun was facing was the final battle. Under the teleportation, he was facing the Evil Spirit Emperor. The two of them looked at each other from afar, and this time there were no spectators around. The only spectators were the artifact spirits. In theory, the artifact spirits were not spectators at all. They could only act as cold and ruthless referees. All life and death were decided by them. In this battle, it was practically a secret, and no cultivator knew about it. Tianyan knew what this meant. He did not want such a cruel battle to be seen by other worlds. If they saw it, they would realize that the divine lord that they had painstakingly cultivated to become was nothing more than a stepping stone for others. This way, many cultivators would not be willing to break through, or they would suppress their cultivation to the extreme, lest they would immediately welcome the selection of the divine lord after breaking through. Especially after witnessing 8 divine lords, only one was left. No one could accept such a cruel situation. Especially in the eyes of the cultivators of the various worlds, the divine lord was invincible and could not die. However, they had all fallen here, like cabbages on the street, so worthless. Thus, everything had to be kept secret and could not be spread to the outside world. From Tianyun's point of view, he probably wouldn't be able to go back. The artifact spirit said that he could go back. It was probably to say a few more words to his family or something like that. If that was the case, how could he even talk about going back? This battle has finally arrived. I didn't expect you to be able to last until now. It seems like your level is not bad. The evil spirit emperor was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he looked him up and down and said in a deep voice, "It's just that no matter how you resist, it's useless. When I fought with you before, this emperor did not even use half of his power." "Oh, looks like you have quite a lot to say this time. Is it because the divine lord that you devoured into your body is difficult to absorb? Are you stalling for time so that you can absorb the last bit of energy?" Tianyan sat down cross-legged and said with a faint smile, "Don't worry, I'm not in a hurry. After you finish absorbing, I'll fight you again." Tianyan stretched out his hand, indicating that he could take his time and was in no hurry. If they were to confront each other like this, the artifact spirit would not judge them as a draw. It would deliberately make it seem like both sides were injured and unable to move. Only then would it be erased. This was just preparation before the battle, so there was still a bit more time allowed. Especially since this was the last battle. If both of them were killed, then it would be equivalent to breaking the rules. If the last divine lord was not left behind, then it would also be a dereliction of duty. The evil spirit emperor's expression changed. He did not expect that Tianyan would be able to see through his problem with a single glance. Indeed, the divine lord energy in his body had not been completely absorbed. After 10 years, he still had not completely digested it. With this energy, it would have a great impact on his battle. After all, this was someone else's energy. If he did not properly convert it, it would affect his own performance. If it was serious, it might even cause his body to explode. Thus, he was stalling for time and chatting with Tianyan a bit more. If they really fought, he would prioritize dodging and wait for himself to finish absorbing before fiercely counterattacking. Who knew that Tianyan would directly see through his true thoughts, causing his face to turn ashen. Especially when he told him to finish absorbing before fighting, it was even more insulting. Chapter 1838. It seems like you're quite confident in yourself. The evil spirit emperor looked at him coldly. It's not bad. At least, it's not a problem to deal with you. I'll wait for you to finish devouring, then fight with you, and let you die convinced. Tianyun's expression was indifferent, neither happy nor sad, as if everything was within his control. Even if the evil spirit emperor finished devouring it and raised his cultivation, he could still destroy it. The evil spirit emperor did not say anything. Instead, he maintained his silence and sped up the energy in his body. It was as if he was enduring something and didn't say anything. After a period of silence, the evil spirit emperor let out a deep breath and sneered. Then I really have to thank you. You will pay the price for your stupidity. Do you think you're very capable by being so open and above board? Everything ends here. This emperor is the only God Lord in this world. As soon as he finished speaking, the evil spirit emperor once again turned into a death god. This time, the death god he turned into was even larger than before, and the sickle in his hand seemed to have grown a little larger. After absorbing so many god lords, his cultivation did not increase by a single step, but in terms of the degree of condensation of energy, it was stronger than before. He would not feel any gratitude towards Etianyin. He would only use the sickle in his hand to tear Etianyin into countless pieces, and then completely devour him, turning him into a part of his body. He would only think that Etianyin was stupid. He clearly had a great opportunity, but he let him slowly absorb it all. He had been silent the entire time because he did not want to anger Etianyin. He would not do such a stupid thing. Although he could also fight a great battle, it would still affect him a little. It would be best if he could completely absorb it. If they really fought, he would just have to keep dodging and wait for the absorption to finish before fighting again. Right now, there was no need for him to hide everywhere. Etianyin directly allowed him to absorb it. In his opinion, it was stupid. Etianyin's eyes flickered, and the primal chaos core in his body was completely released in that instant. A wave of primal chaos force that came from the beginning of the world enveloped his entire body, and the image of a star appeared behind him. If one looked closely, this was not an ordinary star, but a huge planet that revolved behind him. At this moment, he seemed to have become a god of the universe, controlling countless planets and countless cores. At this moment, all of this energy burst forth, turning into this majestic power. Crazy mode, erupt. Dragon Phoenix Divine Meridian, explode. All of his abilities were unleashed, and his strength increased layer by layer. Every time he unlocked a layer, his strength would increase by another layer. Originally, Etianyin didn't look tall and sturdy, but the power he released made him look like a giant, growing taller and taller. Very quickly, the energy released overshadowed the evil spirit emperor that was pouncing over. However, this was not the end. Etianyin narrowed his eyes and said, "Level up! Congratulations to player Etianyin for successfully breaking through to the middle stage lower god emperor realm. After killing a few celestial emperors, he was able to easily earn the next level of experience, which allowed him to level up immediately. Under the increase of his cultivation, his base value suddenly rose, once again reaching a brand new height. The pouncing evil spirit emperor's body stiffened. In that instant, he felt that the person he was facing was no longer the weak human from before, but a tall and sturdy giant. Even though it still looked the same, the feeling he gave off was that invincible, making him feel extremely powerless. Illusion. Everything is an illusion. Evil Spirit Emperor felt that Etianyin was deliberately mystifying, so he waved the sickle in his hand and slashed down, tearing through the void. The sickle tore through layers of space and slashed down towards Etianyin's head, bringing up streams of black light that were like sharp blades that swept towards him first. However, he was completely fine, as if he had been brushed by a layer of gentle wind. At most, the corners of his clothes were torn, but nothing else happened to him. The moment the sickle slashed down, Etianyin extended his hand and gently pinched, grabbing the sickle that was slashing down between his two hands and easily freezing it in midair. No matter how hard the evil spirit emperor tried, he was unable to chop it down in the slightest. "It's not that I'm too stupid, it's that you're too weak," Etianyin said indifferently. "No matter how much you improve, it's meaningless. Go to hell for this emperor." The evil spirit emperor roared. The sickle in his hand once again pressed down, but no matter how much he exploded, it did not move at all. "It's you, go to hell." Tianyun pulled over, and the evil spirit emperor was easily dragged over, without even the slightest bit of resistance. At the same time he was pulled over, he quickly reached out and pierced through the evil spirit emperor's body, then tore it to the side, forcefully tearing the evil spirit emperor into two halves, tearing apart a celestial emperor with his bare hands. If the other celestial emperor were still alive, they would definitely be stunned. After breaking through to the Divine Lord realm, no matter what, it was incomparably hard. It was like an upper heavenly God spirit treasure, and it was even a top-notch heavenly God spirit treasure, extremely hard. But now it was easily torn apart like a piece of paper. However, after the evil spirit emperor was torn apart, he quickly fused back in the air as if he had an undying body. He didn't seem to be dead, but in reality, he was severely injured. A large piece of his soul had been torn off, and his pale face was the best proof. You just broke through to Divine Lord. How can your strength be so strong? The evil spirit emperor roared. He could not believe that a Divine Lord who had just broken through not long ago had already far surpassed his cultivation. Your life force is quite tenacious. It seems like cultivating the undying body devil art has given you a few more lives. Tianyun said indifferently. However, I want to see how many times you can revive. He took a step in the air and instantly appeared in front of the evil spirit emperor. He extended his hand and once again pierced through the evil spirit emperor's body. The other party did not even have the chance to dodge, and was easily pierced through. A moment later, the evil spirit emperor condensed back into his original appearance. He looked unharmed, but in reality, his soul had been torn apart. His face was extremely pale, and his condensed body was on the verge of collapse. It looked like he could not hold on any longer. At most, he could only revive a few times. If this continued, the evil spirit emperor would definitely die. This emperor is the strongest Divine Lord, the Divine Lord who can rule this place. The evil spirit emperor went berserk, igniting his own soul and bloodline power, pouncing towards Tianyun, releasing all of his power to suppress Tianyun. However, it was meaningless. Everything was easily pierced through by a pair of hands, and then easily torn apart. Chapter 1839. Successfully killed evil spirit emperor. Gained 500 million compressed EXP, 200 million compressed crazy point, and 500 million compressed sin point. Obtained evil spirit emperor's bloodline, evil spirit emperor's soul, and evil spirit emperor's blood. The voice that came means that evil spirit emperor is really dead, and gained a lot of EXP, which is comparable to killing several ordinary god emperors. As expected of a relatively powerful god emperor, the EXP gained from killing it increased several times. Evil spirit emperor was killed, but Tianyun was not excited at all. He was just a little relieved, feeling that everything is over. After so long, he finally solved the problem of Kai Yuan World. Even if he is not here for the time being, Kai Yuan World will not have any problems. As long as the evil spirit race does not dare to move at will. Is it finally over? Tianyun looked up at the void, and soon the figure of the artifact spirit appeared in front of him. The expression of this artifact spirit is still not happy or sad. There is no joy. Congratulations on winning the final victory. You are the only God Emperor who can successfully advance. You are the strongest God Emperor here. The expression of the artifact spirit really can't see the slightest bit of congratulation. It is like a puppet casually saying a few words. What about now? Can I go back and have a look? Tianyun looked at the artifact spirit. No, you can only summon up to 5 people's relatives and friends, and pass on the corresponding martial arts to them. After leaving, I will change their memories. The artifact spirit said, truthfully, memory change? What do you want to change? Tianyun's eyes flashed. Change it to you leaving this world and going to a very far area. I don't know when you will come back. The artifact spirit did not hide anything. It is its duty to answer. And this is not a violation of the rules. Can I go back? Itianyan asked. No, unless you completely become the master of this place. You can come back at will. The artifact spirit said. Become the master of this place. Itianyan looked at it in doubt. Does that mean I can become the master of this place by defeating you? No, defeating me does not make you the master of this place. I can't tell you the details. However, when you reach that area, you will know the corresponding method. The artifact spirit continued to speak in a calm tone. Now, choose 5 people to come here. If you give up this opportunity, you will not be able to return before you become the owner of this place. Don't even think of challenging my authority. Even if you break through to become a god emperor, you still can't. The artifact spirit waved its hand, and a huge formation suddenly appeared behind it. A terrifying force came crashing down from above, causing Itianyan to feel a terrifying pressure. This was the power of a high-level god emperor, and it was enough to suppress all the god emperors here. An ordinary emperor god would not be able to resist it, and would be suppressed easily. Itianyan suddenly grinned. No matter who it is, they can't control my thoughts, whether it was in the past or now. So, you can't control my choice either. In an instant, he unleashed his full strength and tore through the void towards the artifact spirit. In the blink of an eye, he pierced through the artifact spirit and smashed it into pieces. Perhaps the artifact spirit did not expect Itianyan to choose to resist after it had unleashed such a powerful force, which resulted in it being smashed into pieces. In the blink of an eye, the artifact spirit condensed again and roared angrily, disobeying orders. I will let you know the price of disobeying orders. The artifact spirit did not suffer any damage. It was just smashed into pieces. It had always been difficult for the artifact spirit to die. Unless the actual body of the artifact spirit was attacked, it would not suffer any damage. Especially this kind of artifact spirit, which had received the support of the formation, its vitality was even more tenacious. Itianyan could not be bothered with it. He knew that the artifact spirit was difficult to deal with. He had to find its actual body as soon as possible and suppress it ruthlessly. However, when the artifact spirit released the formation, it was already exposed. He had been waiting for this opportunity. He would definitely not listen obediently. He would choose to resist. In his opinion, he would definitely not obey such an order, especially in such a vicious battle where the strongest expert would be chosen in such a cruel manner. He did not object to the cruel elimination system, but he did not want to use the god emperors who had worked hard to reach their current level as chess pieces. He wanted to choose the strongest chess piece. He did not know where he would be taken, but at least for now, he will not obey. If he wants to fight, he will fight. He would rather die standing than live kneeling. Found it. Itianyan instantly reached the top of the formation, reached out his hand, and the appraisal eye was fully activated, searching for the flaws of the formation core. Because he had already looked around, he immediately found one of the formation cores, reached out his hand, and broke the formation core at an astonishing speed of 256 times. However, the formation core of the formation is extremely profound. It cannot be easily solved, and the difficulty of solving it is extremely high. This is the strongest level of 9th grade Divine Seal. It is not easy to solve it. Level up. Successfully promoted to 9th grade Divine Seal Master. With an amazing compressed crazy point, it is effortless for him to level up. In the blink of an eye, the formation core was solved. It was extremely fast. This is the effect of leveling up to the same level, coupled with the amazing speed of solving the formation core. After solving the first formation core, he went to solve the second formation core. Bold, you dare to break the formation core. I will sentence you to death. Tool Spirit was angry. He did not expect someone to disobey to this point. It was originally a simple punishment for Itianyan. Let him know the consequences of disobedience. Who knew that Itianyan has the ability to break the formation core? If this continues, the formation that maintains itself will be broken. In this case, even as a Tool's spirit, it will feel extremely angry. In the next second, Tool's spirit arrived in front of Itianyan. With a wave of his hand, the power of the stars was instantly gathered by him. In fact, all the power of the world was drawn out by him, turned into a vast power, and suppressed Itianyan. The terrifying power instantly exceeds the limit of a superior god-emperor, reaching a whole new realm. Even if it is not the power of a whole new realm, it is almost there. Tool spirit is a tool spirit. Its real ability is actually to draw all the power of the world here. Who can resist this kind of power? Even Itianyan cannot resist this kind of impact. Boom! Itianyan was instantly blasted into slag, turned into dust, and dissipated in the air. Tool's spirit looked at Itianyan, who dissipated into slag. His face still remained angry. What a waste of time. After cultivating for so many years, a defector came out. Chapter 1840. The artifact spirit thought that it could definitely kill Itianyan, so it was not too cautious. This move was condensed with the strongest killing move. Even the evil spirit emperor, who had an undying body, would be killed in one move. Itianyan tearing apart the evil spirit emperor was only a heavy injury. If it was hit by this attack, it would really be blasted to pieces. It would not even have the chance to condense again. Therefore, the artifact spirit believed that it could successfully kill Itianyan, so it did not need to pay too much attention. But the moment the artifact spirit relaxed, Itianyan quickly returned from the ashes and activated the special effect of the dragon and phoenix bloodline. In the blink of an eye, he was reborn and quickly destroyed the formation core. By the time the artifact spirit reacted, another formation core had been destroyed, leaving only the last formation core. Such a large formation with 3 formation cores was actually very difficult to destroy under normal circumstances. After all, it was originally of an extremely high grade. Even if a 9th grade Divine Seal Master was here, it would be extremely difficult to destroy it. It would take a very long time to destroy the formation core. By the time one destroyed the formation core, they would have died countless times, so it was basically impossible to destroy, unless one had a very strong power and could withstand it. But the artifact spirit could mobilize the power of all the worlds. Even a superior god-emperor would find it difficult to withstand this fierce attack, let alone slowly destroy the divine seal. But Itianyan was different. He had crazy mode. In crazy mode, his breaking speed increased to 256 times. How could an ordinary 9th grade divine inscription master compare to him? The two were not existences on the same level. He actually didn't die. How is this possible? The originally calm artifact spirit was now shocked. From its initial anger, it turned into shock. Its strongest move did not have the slightest effect. How could it not be shocked? But it quickly reacted and quickly intercepted Itianyan. Not dead, then come again. The artifact spirit could continue to mobilize the power of all the worlds. Every time it mobilized, the light on the surface of all the worlds would dim a bit. This large-scale mobilization of power would definitely have an astonishing consumption, so it was not surprising that such a situation would occur. As the artifact spirit mobilized all its power, another attack was launched. In the blink of an eye, Itianyan, who was rushing towards the other eye of the array, was blasted to smithereens again. What devil emperor set? What powerful bloodline? Under this one move, they all turned into nothingness. This was a power that surpassed everything. Only this kind of power could allow the artifact spirit to control this place and give it absolute authority. It's impossible to revive this time. The artifact spirit had never seen such an existence before. Even after being blasted into powder, it could still revive. What kind of ability was this? In its opinion, there shouldn't be an existence that surpassed it. After all, there were so many cultivation methods here, especially the top ones, and they were all given out by him. Even some of the resources were distributed by it. This was equivalent to giving martial arts that could only be cultivated to the God Emperor level. It was impossible to surpass this limit, right? In terms of cognition, most people did think that the God Emperor had reached the pinnacle and had reached an invincible state. However, the previous state had exceeded its understanding. It had never given such a monstrous martial art before. Could it be that they have created an even stronger martial art? The artifact spirit was incredulous. If that was the case, it had really exceeded its expectations. While it was guessing, a figure condensed again. With lightning speed, it quickly broke the array, eye in the sky. This time, the artifact spirit was stunned again. However, it quickly reacted and screamed, "No!" Its scream did not slow down the collapse of the array. In an instant, the array collapsed. Following that, a pearl fell from above. Tianyan was quick to react. He reached out and grabbed the pearl. With a cold gaze, he said, "Suppress it for me." A powerful force instantly surged into the pearl, sealing it layer by layer, sealing it firmly. After a while, this seemingly invincible pearl was sealed just like that. Upper Celestial God Spiritual Treasure. Tianyan looked at the sealed pearl in his hand with a strange expression. He did not expect a mere Upper Celestial God Spiritual Treasure to reach the strength of an Upper God Emperor under the support of this array. The main body was only an Upper Celestial God Spiritual Treasure. This showed how powerful this array was. Under the superposition, an Upper Celestial God Spiritual Treasure could reach the God Emperor level and kill all God Emperors in an instant. It seemed that the expert who set up this array was extremely powerful. He was definitely not an Emperor-level existence. After all, an Emperor-level existence could not set up an array of this level. They could only set up a slightly weaker one. This was similar to how it was difficult for an Emperor-level expert to nurture an Emperor-level expert. However, it was easy to nurture a heavenly God-level expert. It was extremely difficult to nurture a slightly weaker one at the same level as him. Immediately, Tianyan turned to look at the artifact spirit. With a cold gaze, he said, "Are you convinced or not?" The sealed artifact spirit naturally had no resistance. However, it could still move. "If you disobey the master's order, you will be punished," the artifact spirit shouted. "Don't think that you can control this place just because you defeated me. If you are discovered by the master, you will die. It seems that you don't want to obey." Tianyan tightened his grip a little, and a crack appeared on the artifact spirit. At the same time, a crack also appeared on the artifact spirit. When the body was destroyed, the artifact spirit was naturally damaged. "Absolutely not. You are too weak. You are not worthy of my obedience." The artifact spirit didn't feel any fear in the face of death. He looked at Tianyun with eyes full of contempt. "Is that so? Then you can go to hell first. I will look for your master after some time." Immediately, the artifact spirit crushed the pearl into countless pieces and dissipated in the void. "Stupid, overconfident. You are just a pawn of the master, a group of ants." The tool's spirit laughed loudly before disappearing, laughing at Tianyun's arrogance, laughing at his arrogance. Ding! Successfully killed the artifact spirit. Obtained 1 compressed EXP, 1 compressed crazy point, 1 SBS. Obtained the right to control the chaos world. The system's notification made Etienne's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to obtain the right to control the chaos world. The artifact spirit said that he couldn't obtain the right to control the chaos world, but he did. After all, he has the system. He doesn't have the right to control the chaos world, but the system forced him to. After killing the artifact spirit, he can obtain its ability. Very good, but after killing this artifact spirit, I don't know what will happen to the master. Etienne's eyes were cold. He didn't want to become a pawn. Chapter 1841. Etienne never regretted his actions, especially when he knew the details. He felt especially disgusted. If it was a normal selection to select the strongest, then there was no need to say anything. It was very understandable. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. This was undoubtedly the right way to choose the strongest existence. However, the master who controlled this place was extremely disgusting. He made all the worlds fight against each other, and only the elites of the elites. It was one thing to choose the elites, but looking at the situation of this artifact spirit, it was very likely that it was controlled as a slave, which was even more out of line with his style. Thus, he had to take the risk to kill this artifact spirit and take control of this place first. He was betting that the original owner of this place would not pay attention to this place. This way, he would have enough time to break through himself. At that time, even if the original owner came, he would be able to kill him. Of course, it was basically impossible for him to have the slightest chance of breaking through here, so he chose to leave this world. This was what the artifact spirit had said, heading to that mysterious area. It was a pity that the artifact spirit was unwilling to obey, making it impossible for him to find out more detailed information. Soon after, he tore open the void and returned to his original world from this region. When he returned, he still saw the evil spirit world continuously surging towards the Kai Yuan world. It seemed that even though the evil spirit emperor was dead, they did not stop attacking. It was probably the evil spirit emperor's order to have the evil spirit world continuously attack the Kai Yuan world until it was conquered. Hold on, kill all of these evil spirit race back. Let them know how powerful we are. Kill, protect our world, and exterminate these evil spirit race. We'll kill as many as we come. We don't believe that they have countless evil spirit race. The Kai Yuan world was resisting with great difficulty, facing wave after wave of evil spirit race. It was still somewhat difficult for them to resist. The main reason was that the evil spirit race was more crazy, and they fought with no regard for their lives. The evil spirit emperor had given a death order, so there was naturally no way to disobey it. Even if the evil spirit emperor died, it would continue. Although the Kai Yuan world had made a large breakthrough, their foundation was still relatively weak, so it was still difficult to resist. However, if they continued to resist, the Kai Yuan world would definitely win, but their losses would be heavier. Evil spirit world. Etienne's gaze was ice cold. He stretched out his hand and clenched it. Destroy. Boom. The evil spirit world in the distance exploded with a huge mushroom cloud. The evil spirit race that wanted to fly out of the evil spirit world was directly blown into powder. The gigantic world turned into dust layer by layer and dissipated into the air. The evil spirit race inside were all exterminated. He did not even need to attack personally. All he needed to do was trigger the power within the evil spirit world to self-destruct, and he would be able to achieve this. In the blink of an eye, piles of experience points flooded into his mind. As the controller of this place, he controlled the destruction of the evil spirit world. Naturally, it was his destruction, and because of this, he received a large amount of EXP. However, as a god emperor, the experience brought by the ordinary evil spirit race was almost negligible. Even though the system of the evil spirit world was huge and did not provide much EXP, it was still enough for him to level up. The cultivators of the Kai Yuan world and the evil spirit race were all stunned. A good evil spirit world had been destroyed just like that. Our world, the evil spirit race who had luckily survived were all stunned. Their home was gone just like that. The cultivators were also stunned. Didn't this mean that the evil spirit race was completely gone? As long as they exterminated the evil spirit race in front of them, it would be over. Kill. They did not have the slightest bit of pity, nor did they show any mercy. They continued to brandish the sharp blades in their hands, crazily clearing the area. The remaining evil spirit race gave up struggling. Their home was gone, so what was the point of struggling? Without any follow-up support, they were just cannon fodder among cannon fodder. Not to mention winning. They couldn't even take over a little bit of the place. However, before they could exterminate the remaining evil spirit race, a ray of light flashed past, and the remaining evil spirit race were all exterminated, leaving nothing behind. Immediately after, a familiar figure appeared in front of them. Alliance Master. When they saw Tianyun, they were immediately overjoyed. So it was their Alliance Master who had returned. Among them, the Fecta Domain Master, and the others flew over and said excitedly, "Alliance Master, I don't know what happened to the evil spirit world, but it was destroyed just like that. Could it be that the heavens have eyes and helped us destroy the evil spirit world?" "No, I was the one who destroyed it," Tianyun said calmly. They were dumbfounded by this information and were completely dumbfounded. It's a long story. We have an emergency meeting now, and there is something very important that needs to be announced. Tianyun's expression did not look happy. Even though he had destroyed the biggest problem in his heart, he still could not be happy. When they saw how serious Tianyun was, all of them became solemn as well. They followed Tianyun to the headquarters of the Alliance. Very quickly, all of them gathered, and they did not know what had happened. Originally, when they knew that the evil spirit world had been destroyed and that Tianyun had become an emperor god, it was something worth celebrating. Now that they came in and saw that Tianyun's expression was extremely serious, their smiles disappeared. They vaguely felt that something was not right, and it was very likely that they had encountered something big. Shortly after, Tianyun explained the detailed situation, which was about the choice of God Emperor. After he said that, all of them were silent, but they could see the shock in one another's eyes. They had never expected that such a situation would occur. "Alliance leader, you are saying that God Emperors aren't the strongest and that there are stronger existences? As for after breaking through to God Emperor, they are just pawns for others?" Medicine God and the others found it hard to believe. They had always been told that God Emperors were invincible, but now they were just pawns. If God Emperors were pawns, then how strong would the chess player be? Right, this is the cruel reality. I did destroy the artifact spirit, but as long as the master of this place is alive, he will control this world. He won't be free. Tianyun's expression was solemn. This means that without the artifact spirit, he can still arrange for one more. When the time comes, the cycle will continue. It is very likely that the God Emperors of our Kaiyuan world have all died in battle in the choice of God Emperor. Of course, it is also possible that they have left this world and headed to that unknown region. Alliance leader, are you planning to leave this place and head to that world to investigate? Shuiyun, who was at the side, quickly caught on to her husband's thoughts. Tianyun did not say it out loud, but it was very clear that he was going to leave this place and head to that world. If they continued to stay here, they would only be waiting for death. When the time came, Tianyun would be destroyed, and order would be rebuilt. Nothing would change. Chapter 1842. Yi Tianyun's answer was not unexpected. This was the inevitable result. Yi Tianyun's cultivation was the strongest, and only he could head to that mysterious world. They were not even at the Divine Emperor realm, so how could they head to that world? It's a pity that we aren't even Divine Emperor right now. Otherwise, we would definitely follow the alliance leader. They all sighed and shook their heads. Unfortunately, only one Divine Emperor could appear in a world. Otherwise, they would definitely be able to go with Yi Tianyun. You don't have to worry. After I kill the artifact spirit, I will gain control of this place. However, the main reason why they have such a restriction is because they have consumed too many resources, which is why they have limited each world to only one Divine Emperor. Yi Tianyun looked at them and said, "However, the resources will be greatly improved. I can control the rest of the worlds, so the resources of the other worlds will all belong to us. Doesn't this mean that we will rule over the rest of the worlds?" They were excited. It was equivalent to completely turning over and becoming the master. That's right. When the time comes, we will become the masters of this place. However, for the other worlds, avoid killing and let everything operate as it is. Turning them into our own forces is the most important thing. Yi Tianyun said in a deep voice, "Just the strength of our world is far from enough. If we can gather all of our strength together, we will be able to greatly increase our strength." Naturally, he would not be like the evil spirit race who not only occupied other people's resources, but also completely annihilated them. What he needed was coexistence. He wanted to see the existence of a great alliance. After all, in so many great worlds, they were all pawns of others. Why not join hands and fight together? But if they resist, then destroy them. Yi Tianyun's simple words caused them to tremble in fear. He had never been lenient towards those who did not obey. This was just like the evil spirit race. Even if there were many innocent people among them, they would still be annihilated. It had to be said that his heart was a little dark. It was impossible for him to be lenient, not to mention the other worlds. He had never been lenient towards even the forces of the Kai Yuan world. Thus, with regards to the evil spirit race's invasion of the Kai Yuan world, it could only be said that the winner was the king and the loser was the thief. Without much discussion, they quickly moved on to the next plan. They began to plan how to unify all the great worlds and turn them into their own forces. Using violence would not make it easy to command them. Killing them in one go was not a problem, but commanding them was a completely different matter. This meant that the difficulty was extremely high, and it would take a lot of time to lead them. As for what to do, it was up to Shi Shuiyun and the others to decide. Yi Tianyun didn't have the time to do such things. What he needed was to leave this world and head to that new world. In the following period of time, Yi Tianyun quickly made arrangements and handed the corresponding control over to Shi Shuiyun and the others. They held the power to kill. Even a god emperor would be crushed under such power. "Are you leaving?" When Shi Shuiyun saw that Yi Tianyun was about to leave, she rushed forward and hugged him. "It's almost time." Yi Tianyun hugged her and sighed deeply. "I thought that everything would be over. Now, it seems that I still have a lot of things to do." Shi Shuiyun didn't reply. Instead, she hugged him quietly, as if everything had frozen. After a while, Shi Shuiyun left his embrace and smiled with tears in her eyes. "I'll wait for you to come back. When you come back, you'll find that everything here is different. I'll help you rule over this chaos realm." Yi Tianyun was touched. He knew that Shi Shuiyun would definitely be able to do what she said. She had said before that she would defend Yi Tianyun's country. She would definitely make proper arrangements and leave everything to her. The truth was indeed true. The Kai Yuan world had been taken care of perfectly by her. She was the woman behind Yi Tianyun. On the surface, the Kai Yuan world seemed to be his, but on the inside, he knew that without Shi Shuiyun, the power that Yi Tianyun controlled would have collapsed long ago. Yi Tianyun hugged her gently again. Everything was silent. He had already told them everything he needed to say. Everything that needed to be prepared was ready. As long as it wasn't an invincible god emperor, Shi Shuiyun and the others could handle it. Even if a god emperor appeared in another world, they could still suppress him. That was how powerful he was when he had control. Very soon, he returned to that special space, which was the space that the artifact spirit had led them to. After passing through several voids, a teleportation formation came into view. This teleportation array looked very ancient. There was an extremely obscure divine seal on it. Even Yi Tianyun couldn't understand it. This meant that it wasn't something that a 9th grade divine seal master could control. It was an existence of a higher grade. It seems that once I step on this teleportation array, I will leave this world. Yi Tianyun didn't hesitate. He stepped onto the teleportation array. He flicked his finger. The teleportation array started to vibrate. Then a beam of divine light shrouded him and took him away from this world. He didn't disappear immediately. Instead, he rose up bit by bit, as if he was being pulled up. At the topmost area, a door of light appeared. The energy that came from the door of light was far from what this place could compare with. Ding! Prepare to go to the new world. Due to the great changes in the new world, everything can't be used. You can only choose 2 divine skills now. Once you go to the new world, you can't use the rest. The system's voice stunned him. He could only choose 2 divine skills. This meant that if he didn't choose the rest of the divine skills, he would be crippled when he went to the new world. Then, piles of divine skills were listed in front of him. He had to choose the one he needed the most. Among them, the crazy mode was in the list. Needless to say, he had to choose it. He didn't need the rest of the divine skills, but he definitely had to use the crazy mode. This was his strongest killer move. After choosing the crazy mode, there was only 1 divine skill left. After choosing it, there was no other choice. One by one, the divine skills flashed through his mind. Many of the divine skills that he used to use in the past were no longer used. However, in the end, he chose the appraisal eye. He really had no choice. The appraisal eye was also very important. It could clearly see the other party's background. Naturally, it was a must. Choose the crazy mode, and the appraisal eye, he had no choice. There were many other divine skills that he wanted, but he couldn't continue to choose. Successfully selected the crazy mode and the appraisal eye. Both of them will be upgraded to adapt to the new world. Chapter 1843. Isn't this the Kai Yuan realm's teleportation formation? It's been tens of thousands of years, and it's starting to react. The lazy guard at the side saw the teleportation formation in the corner start to flicker. He patted his mouth and yawned. He wasn't interested at all. It seemed like he wasn't interested in the people from this world at all. After a while, accompanied by waves of energy fluctuations, the teleportation formation started to shine. Very quickly, a figure appeared in front of the guard. Yi Tianyun felt that after he passed through a special light door, he came to an extremely spacious place. However, there wasn't any energy here. It was different from the celestial realm he imagined. He thought that there would be a higher grade of energy here. It seemed different. Aboriginal from Kai Yuan realm, come over here. The guard waved at him and gestured for him to come over. Yi Tianyun raised his head and looked over. The appraisal I was still in the process of upgrading and adapting to this new environment. Basically, it couldn't be used now. However, he could still clearly feel that the guard's cultivation was at the level of a Middle Emperor god. A mere guard was actually at the level of a Middle Emperor god. It was really hard to imagine. No wonder the artifact spirit could kill god emperors like ants. The guards here were all god emperors. The weaker god emperors were nothing. Yi Tianyun didn't resist. He went over obediently. He had to find out more about this place. After all, this place was blank, and he didn't know anything. He came in front of the guard and pretended to be very respectful. "Greetings, sir. May I know where this place is?" The guard frowned and said, "Why? The artifact spirit from your trashy world didn't explain it to you?" He looked at Yi Tianyun with disdain. He was high and mighty, like he was looking at trash. I really didn't. I guess I forgot." Yi Tianyun found an excuse. He clenched his fists and was ready to fight at any time. If the guard went to investigate, he would immediately choose to kill him to prevent the news from leaking. There was only one guard here. As for the situation outside, he didn't know. There's a saying about forgetting? This doesn't make sense. In every world here, there should be an explanation for those who have successfully passed through. The guard frowned and stared at him, saying in a low voice, "This artifact spirit might be slacking off. These guys have to be properly managed. Why did it throw these tasks to us?" At the same time, he sized up the situation around him. In this spacious hall, other than the teleportation array in the area he had just come out from, there were many other teleportation arrays. Could it be that the other teleportation arrays were also teleportation points to other worlds? As far as the eye could see, there were at least hundreds and thousands of teleportation arrays here. Didn't that mean there were hundreds and thousands of worlds here? This really subverted everything he knew. The world he was in immediately became very small. I might have really been slacking off. But, sir, you can tell me about it. Yi Tianyun smiled. "Scram! I don't have time to explain things to a native like you." The guard waved his hand and said unhappily, "Let me check the situation over there and see what the artifact spirit is up to." With that, the guard strode towards the world where Yi Tianyun was, wanting to check on the situation of the artifact spirit there. Yi Tianyun's eyes darkened. It seemed that things weren't so simple to fool. However, he didn't say much and chose to follow behind. His current system hadn't finished upgrading and adapting to it yet. He still needed some time, without the crazy damage mode. As a lower Celestial Emperor, it was extremely difficult for him to deal with it. The main thing was that everything else was gone. What bloodline, what martial arts, even the Devil Emperor set, and the like were all gone. They were all cleared out, not a single thing was left. Those were all from the Kaiyuan world, so they couldn't be brought to this world. Or rather, they couldn't be used even if they were brought to this world. Without the support of various abilities, Yi Tianyun found it a little difficult to fight above his level. However, it wasn't that he didn't have a chance. As long as the sneak attack was perfect, everything would be fine. Soon, the guard came to the side of the teleportation formation and grabbed at the void. A golden light immediately poured into the teleportation formation and started to communicate with it. Yi Tianyun aimed at the weak point of the guard. The primal chaos core in his body started to revolve as he prepared for a sneak attack. He had to kill in one blow, otherwise it would cause terrifying consequences. After all, the guard was a middle Celestial Emperor. If he requested for support, a captain or something like that might be an upper Celestial Emperor, or even an existence stronger than a Celestial Emperor. Jumping levels to kill a middle God Emperor might not be a problem to him, but jumping levels to kill a high God Emperor, or an existence that had surpassed the God Emperor realm, was something impossible. Without powerful equipment, it was really difficult to deal with them. Even if those super geniuses could kill above their level, they had to rely on amazing martial arts, amazing equipment, and that amazing bloodline to be able to accomplish it. Without these basic conditions, how could it be possible to kill above their level? That would be living in a dream. After the guard checked, he said doubtfully, "Strange, why didn't the artifact spirit contact me? What happened? Previous chapter, next chapter, boom." A berserk power fiercely smashed into his head. The guard didn't even have time to react before his head was smashed apart by a single punch. The soul that was trapped inside started to scream miserably as it fled towards the sky. "Ah, damn it, you native actually ambushed me." The guard's soul wasn't destroyed by the punch. His body was destroyed, and his soul was injured, but he still didn't die. Tianyun reacted quickly and quickly grabbed it. The primal chaos core in his body surged out a special primal chaos force and instantly enveloped the guard's soul, sealing it in his palm. Although a lot of things were gone, circulating the energy in his body was still not a problem. This power is really strong. I thought that I wouldn't be able to kill him with a single punch, but I didn't expect that I would be able to kill him with a single punch. Tianyun was overjoyed. At the same time, he could feel that his strength had an absolute suppression effect. "Ah, you trashy native, hurry up and let me out. Kneel down and beg for mercy, or else I'll make you die without a burial ground." The guard screamed miserably, filled with anger towards Tianyun. Even though he was imprisoned, he was still so arrogant. "If you don't want to die, then shut up. Otherwise, I'll crush you." Chapter 1844. What's wrong? Not arrogant anymore. Tianyun looked at the obedient soul in his hand and sneered. It seemed that in the face of death, the guard surrendered obediently. "Please let me go. As long as you let me go, I will not pursue this matter. At the same time, I will arrange a good position for you so that you don't have to go to the front line." The guard hurriedly begged for mercy, hoping that Tianyun would not kill him. Tianyun narrowed his eyes. In just a few words, he had learned a lot of information. The front line was probably similar to the situation of a war. In other words, after coming from these worlds, they immediately entered the special battlefield, selected elite soldiers, and then became cannon fodder. "If you want to live, it's very simple. As long as you answer me obediently, I will let you go." Tianyun's eyes flickered. "Is this true?" the guard hurriedly asked. "Absolutely true. Of course, you have no other choice now. You can choose to believe it or not." Tianyun slightly increased the strength in his hand as a threat. "I believe it! I believe it!" The guard screamed. He really did not want to die, or was very afraid of death. Some people were just so cowardly. "Well, I will ask you one thing at a time. First, where is this place?" Tianyun asked. This is the ancestral land of the celestial terminus." The guard quickly replied, "The ancestral land of the celestial terminus." Tianyun had naturally never heard of it. He then continued to ask, "What is the meaning of the teleportation array here? You don't know anything about this. The artifact spirit should be able to tell you everything, at least to let you know the situation here." "I killed the artifact spirit," Tianyun answered simply and rudely. Killed by you?" The guard was shocked. "Impossible. The artifact spirit is supported by a large array. Even a star apostle in the late stage cannot kill it. Even a normal star master may not be able to break it. You are just a star apostle in the middle stage. How could you kill it? Answer me obediently, or you'll die." Tianyun tightened his grip, causing the guard to scream again. However, he also became obedient. This place selects the most outstanding star apostles from a group of natives. They will then participate in the battle. help clear the giant beasts or collect ores, and the like. The guard answered obediently. Soon after, Eteonion dug out all the information from the guard's side and finally understood the general situation. The details were simple and straightforward. It was to select the strongest star apostle from the various great worlds. The existence known as the Emperor God was actually a star apostle. To put it simply, he was a powerhouse who had mastered the power of a planet. Star apostle was considered a relatively high level, and in the Empyrean terminus ancestral land, it was considered a pretty good position. At the very least, they were much weaker than some commoners. Only those who had cultivated the powerful planet power could be called star disciples. Cultivation levels were also differentiated here, and they were also extremely strict. It was roughly as follows: Star Apprentice, Star Master, Star Great Master, Star Monarch. Each level was divided into early, middle, and late cultivation levels. The so-called upper, middle, and low levels were simply divided into early, middle, and late levels. There was not much difference in essence. Lower Emperor gods in the early, middle, and late levels were more or less the same. However, there was no such subdivision here, and it was directly divided into large levels. The main reason was that the environment here was different, and it was difficult to make a difference in this subdivision. It was not like the great worlds below, where a little stronger could crush the other party. It was not so simple here. The energy levels in the environment were different, so there was naturally no need for such subdivisions. The strongest person here was the Star Lord, and the ruler of the Empyrean terminus ancestral land was the Star Lord. It was the Star Lord's method to set up these great worlds and select the Emperor gods, who were also star apostles. The Star Lord's method was very simple and crude. He captured all the weak people in this world, threw them into another world, and finally selected the star apostles. This meant that Eteonion was originally a cultivator of this world, but he was trapped in an extremely weak world. After coming up, he would be enslaved. In theory, it was not enslavement, but it was similar. He would be sent to the battlefield to open up new territory, kill the huge beasts in those mysterious and unknown regions, and then obtain new territories. Or he would be involved in all sorts of mining and become a miner. These were all very low-level jobs. It was a world of difference from being a god emperor and being respected by tens of thousands of people. The Empyrean terminus Star Lord was very kind and set up rewards. Those in charge of opening up new territory and killing huge beasts would be rewarded with military merits. Even mining would be rewarded with military merits. These military merits could be used to exchange for all sorts of treasures, freedom, and even one's hometown. There was no such thing as freedom in this place. After coming up, one would be restricted by the next layer, unable to escape this place. To obtain freedom, one had to have enough military merits. Otherwise, one would have to do these jobs and achieve perfection. After gaining freedom, one would be able to do other things and obtain more military merits. When the time came, one would be able to exchange for one's hometown, and it would become one's possession. As for the military merits required, it was a terrifying number. It was impossible to obtain so many military merits in tens of thousands of years. Or rather, one might not even be able to exchange for one's own freedom, much less one's hometown. After knowing this, Eteonion felt a sense of humiliation. This was an era where the weak were prey to the strong. Whoever had the bigger fist was in the right. It seemed that they were not even pawns. The high and mighty Empyrean terminus Star Lord would not care about them at all. It was just these guards who were really in charge of them. Is this the same situation in other ancestral lands? Eteonion stared coldly at the guard, anger rising in his heart. No, other ancestral lands also screen out star apostles, but they don't screen out absolute elites like this. As the guard spoke, his tone became arrogant and proud. However, it's the survival of the fittest that makes our Empyrean, Terminus ancestral lands stronger and stronger compared to other ancestral lands. We accept all kinds of trash. It's like a garbage recycling station. Oh, what about you? Do you also screen people so cruelly? Tianyun stared at him with burning eyes. How is that possible? How can we be compared with trash aborigines like you? The guard said without thinking, the resources we enjoy are not on the same level as yours. You are destined to work hard. Even if you work hard to accumulate enough military merits, you will still be at the bottom. The guard's soul was almost crushed. He was so scared that he hurriedly begged for mercy. I am sorry. I was talking nonsense. Chapter 1845. Thanks to Tianyun's understanding, he finally understood the cruelty of the celestial pole ancestral land. In this world, it was not limited to the celestial pole ancestral land. There were many other ancestral lands. The ancestral lands here were actually a force, but they were called ancestral lands. The other ancestral lands were not so cruel. Perhaps they also kept a group of mortals in a circle to form a world, but at least they would not kill and kill. Instead, they would unify and manage them. After understanding it in detail, Tianyun found that it was not a bad thing. In each ancestral land, there were trillions of lives, and many of them had poor talent. Therefore, they were all moved to a world with reduced effects, and let them stay there to cultivate. When their cultivation improved, they would be promoted. If they were born in the ancestral land, it would hurt their confidence. The gap was too big, and they might as well stay in those low-level worlds. In the end, everything in these worlds was man-made. However, the planets inside were natural, not something a star venerate could create. To put it simply, a star venerate took a small planet outside the ancestral land and threw it into a world. After knowing the details, Tianyun's favorable impression of the celestial pole ancestral land immediately changed to that of hatred. He already hated it, but now he hated it even more. After all, the other ancestral lands were not so cruel. Instead, they chose a more suitable area for them to cultivate. When outstanding disciples came up, they would be put in an important position. Here, they would be enslaved, and they would need military merits to exchange for their freedom. This situation occurred mainly because cultivators were divided into different ranks. There were also many mortals in the vast ancestral land. Even if the environment here was more comfortable, there were still many areas without dense spiritual energy, so their cultivation progress was naturally poor. To the celestial pole ancestral land, they were natives born inferior. In fact, it was not only the celestial pole ancestral land. Many ancestral lands had the same idea. It was not surprising that they had this idea. Even in the Kaiyuan realm, they had this idea. Back then, Fan Yu was also discriminated against. It even extended to discrimination against humans. Tianyun was not surprised by this. The winner was king, and the loser was in the wrong. He did not have the strength to resist, so he could only do so. Now it was different. He didn't want his fate to be in the hands of others. Lord of the celestial terminus. Tianyun's eyes darkened. The pressure had multiplied. He had just arrived, but he was already facing such a huge figure. The difference in their cultivations was huge. They were millions of times stronger than god emperors. If they knew that a small world had rebelled, they would definitely send out experts to annihilate them. At that time, the Kaiyuan world would definitely be in danger. The celestial terminus star, Lord, absolutely would not allow anyone to disobey him. It could even be said that no lord would want their subordinates to rebel against them. I've said everything I need to say. It's time to let me go. Don't worry, I definitely won't say anything. I'll definitely keep it a secret for you. The guard hurriedly added, Yes, I've asked everything I need to. You can go now. Tianyun threw the soul in his hand away. The guard hastily flew out. At the same time, he thought viciously in his heart, Wait till this daddy escapes. How dare you destroy my physical body? When the time comes, I will kill all of you natives. Just as this thought popped up in his mind, a palm grabbed him and pinched him again. What are you doing? Didn't you say that you would let me go? The guard panicked. Yes, I already let you go, but now you're caught by me again. Tianyun grinned. Now you can die. You're shameless. Before the guard could finish his words, Tianyun crushed his soul and completely disappeared from this world. There was no way Tianyun would let this guard go. How could he believe their nonsense? If he let the guard go now, he would be completely blocked at the door in the next second. He wouldn't even be able to escape. Ding! Successfully killed the guard. Obtained 10 star energy points. Simple guard equipment set. Ding! System evolution complete. Starting official activation. Activating appraisal. Activating crazy mode. At this time, the system could be considered to have completed its upgrade. All aspects were officially activated. The data that could be seen in front of him immediately increased a lot, but there were also a lot of things that were also reduced. For example, the crazy mode, which originally could be increased by 128 times, was reduced to 12. 8 times in one go. This meant that it was reduced to 10% in one go. This effect, isn't it a bit too harsh? Tianyun looked at the system after the upgrade and suddenly felt a bit speechless. But what is this star energy? Tianyun checked and found that all the data was classified as one thing, star energy. Star energy can be regarded as experience. It can also be regarded as crazy point. It can be exchanged for almost anything. To put it bluntly, all the data was classified as one and shared. It wasn't as detailed as before, but it was simplified. However, after the upgrade, the system was empty. There was nothing inside. Originally, there were a lot of equipment sets in the Sin Mall, but now there was nothing. Divine skill, lottery system, fusion system, and so on, they were all gone. The system is in a state of half upgrade. I need to complete the main mission to fully upgrade and adapt to this world. When Tianyun saw the line of description, he suddenly understood what was going on. He has always had a main mission, and that is to complete the unification of the Chaos Realm. The Chaos Realm is the world he is in. As for why it is called the Chaos Realm, he is not very clear. The reward for completing the mission is the system evolution in all aspects. It seems that at that time, the system will be complete. Now there are only 1 or 2 things that can be used, such as the shop to buy experience cards, and so on. All of them are gone. It seems that I have to wait for the Chaos Realm to be unified before the rest can be officially activated. Tianyun shook his head. He did not know that there was such a thing. It seems that there is a great difference in the realm, causing the system to be unable to operate, and it needs to evolve to adapt to this place. Fortunately, it is quite humane, can temporarily bring 2 divine skills, especially crazy mode. This is very important. Even if it is weakened by 10%, at least it can be used. Star energy now can only be used to upgrade and crazy mode consumables. Chapter 1846. After the evolution of the system, not only did it convert into star energy, but also the sin points, crazy points, experience points, and so on. They didn't lose their effect immediately, but they were converted according to a certain ratio. After all the conversion, he found that he only had 43 points. 43 points plus 10 points of star energy from killing enemies. He had a total of 53 points. This meant that he could level up now, directly to the level of Star Apostle. However, he didn't do so. After all, if he used it, it would be empty immediately. If he used crazy mode, he really couldn't take out anything. With 50 points, I can level up to the level of Star Apostle. This is really a little different. Tianyan shook his head. Star Apostle sounded very low level, not as domineering as God Emperor. But this was just the name of the world below. In this world, it was just an ordinary Star Apostle, which was the existence of a beginner. Of course, a beginner was much stronger than many of the original residents of this world. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been chosen. Immediately, he began to search the guard's treasury. There were piles of elixirs inside. If any one of them was thrown in the Kai Yuan world, it would cause a bloodbath. These elixirs were of the 8th and 9th grade, which were rare in the world below. What 10,000-year-old elixirs were extremely rare in the world below. Here, they could only be regarded as ordinary. Tianyun didn't rush to go out. Instead, he explored here first. When he came above these teleportation arrays, he could feel the situation below. It was the same as the chaos realm he was in. There were many great worlds inside, but the attributes were different. However, it was largely the same, and they were all similar in form. With the management of the artifact spirit, they also fought and killed each other. And finally, the strongest God Emperor was selected to be promoted. However, he couldn't teleport in. He was restricted. This meant that he could only teleport out, but not in. In the end, he couldn't completely control the authority here. The authority here was not the teleportation array, but the entire palace. It was the condensation array in this palace that maintained these teleportation arrays. If he wanted to go back or enter other worlds, he must gain control of the palace. After the enhancement of the appraisal, he understood a little bit about this originally obscure array. Star pattern level, 1 energy gathering array. Star pattern rank. Etienne's eyes flashed. Although he didn't know what kind of array this was, he at least knew what level it was. This was known as the star pattern grade. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the energy of a planet was flowing within it, forming an extremely integrated state. Such a grade was already out of his reach unless he upgraded his ability in this aspect. However, the evolution of the system was not complete. It was a semi-finished product. As for leveling up in this aspect, it was still impossible, and the grade remained the same. As such, even if it could be used here, it would only be at the 9th grade divine sealing master level. He might be able to display his strength in some ordinary forces, but it was impossible for him to break the star rune formation. Therefore, he could not enter other worlds, including his own world. Even if the artifact spirit died, it still wouldn't be able to enter. It was no wonder that the guard could only investigate the situation below, and could not go in directly. I wonder if the teleportation godstone can be used here. Skills couldn't be used, but the items were definitely still there. No matter what, these things belonged to him, not the systems. For example, the equipment could also be used here. Immediately, he took out the teleportation godstone and tried to use it to see if he could be teleported back. Unfortunately, after using it, there was no reaction at all. The teleportation godstone couldn't bring him back to the chaotic realm. It had no effect at all. I wonder if I can use it here. After setting the coordinates here, Tianyan tried to use it again and found that it could still be used. This meant that he just couldn't pass through the layers of restrictions, but it wouldn't be ineffective forever. This was a very pleasant surprise for him. At least when he went out later, he could sneak back in without being noticed. If he couldn't use it, it would be a big loss. Let's go out and see what's going on outside. After stepping out of the door, Tianyan saw a long corridor outside, and there was an exit at the end. Apart from that, there were no other exits, not even extra guards. He didn't know whether the celestial terminus ancestral land was too confident in itself or something else, but there were no extra guards here. He lifted his foot and walked out. As he passed through the long corridor, suddenly a light surged from all directions and began to envelop him. Tianyun was quickly enveloped, and then a brand was imprinted on his soul, wanting to leave a soul imprint on his soul. It's a slave imprint. Tianyun was shocked. Although he hadn't seen this imprint before, he felt that it was definitely a slave imprint. As long as he was imprinted with this imprint, he would be a slave of the celestial terminus ancestral land. At that time, he wouldn't be able to resist the higher-ups. The rules of the celestial terminus ancestral land were the rules. When he wanted to resist, he found that he couldn't resist at all. This power was too strong, and it was far from what he could resist at his current level. I can't be imprinted with a slave imprint. Absolutely not. He didn't want to be a slave here. He already hated the celestial terminus ancestral land. If he could move away from the chaotic realm, he would immediately leave this place. But he couldn't do that for the time being. At the same time, he didn't want to be a slave here. At that time, he wouldn't be able to do anything he wanted to do. For example, he wouldn't be able to leave the celestial terminus ancestral land, even if he wanted to. As he struggled, the slave imprint slightly slowed down, but that was all. The powerful slave imprint still suppressed him and engulfed his soul consciousness. There were many layers of traps here, so how could it be easily resisted? The celestial terminus ancestral land had expected that the star apostles from below would be very arrogant and wouldn't obey. Or it could be said that they would obey on the surface, but in their hearts they wouldn't obey. The soul imprint was especially important. Tie him up and see if he still wouldn't be convinced. It seems that I still can't resist in the end. Tianyun felt a little helpless. Was he going to be controlled just like that? His heart was filled with unwillingness as he watched his soul being imprinted with a soul imprint. But the next moment, the five-colored emperor dragon in the center of his body suddenly started roaring, and an impact force surged out of his body and dispersed the imprint on his soul, causing it to disappear without a trace. Chapter 1847. This is amazing. This five-colored emperor dragon can even help me suppress my soul brand. Tianyun felt a supreme power from the power released by the five-colored emperor dragon, but he could not tell what kind of power it was. In short, it was a power that was superior to this place, which had dispelled and suppressed the soul brand. Fortunately, I'm not controlled. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to make a comeback. If he had been suppressed, it would have been difficult for him to find a solution quickly. According to the procedure here, he had to first obtain freedom and then exchange for his own world. The process required an astonishing amount of military merit. He did not know how long it would take for him to accumulate enough military merit points. By then, the death of the weapon spirit would probably be discovered. If he was lucky, he would not be discovered. However, he did not dare to take the risk. Therefore, he had to find a way to move his own world away now. After moving away, he would not have to worry about anything. However, if he wanted to move away now, he would have to destroy this palace. If he destroyed it, it would definitely attract attention, and he would not be able to leave easily. He would be breaking the rules, and the elites of the Empyrean Terminus ancestral land would definitely not allow it. If there were no rules, how would the other enslaved star apostles obey them? If there was an exception, many of their subordinates would definitely rebel. They just wanted to tie down the star apostles from below and make them work for them for the rest of their lives. First, they had to buy freedom, and then they had to buy their hometown. After completing these two tasks, they would have done many things for the Empyrean Terminus ancestral land. If they could really complete so many military merits and survive, the Empyrean Terminus ancestral land would be more than happy to return their hometown to them. While thinking about this, he had already stepped out of the passageway. He saw a circle of passageways, which were exactly the same as the one he had just come out of. Apart from the many doors in front of him that were different, the rest of the passageways looked almost the same. When he came out, there happened to be several cultivators coming out of several passageways in front of him. They were all of different races. Tianyun looked up and used the appraisal eye to get the detailed information of the people around him. They are all early-stage star apostles, and the stronger ones are mid-stage star apostles. Tianyun finally understood what was going on. There were thousands of worlds in this palace, and they were divided into many areas. Seeing their dejected looks, Tianyun knew that they had been marked with slave marks. The high and mighty God Emperor was just a lowly star disciple here, an existence at the bottom. When they found out about this reality, they must have suffered a strong blow. All of you, hurry up and come over here. Don't delay. The guards standing in the central area roared in dissatisfaction, signaling those who had come out to gather around him. Accompanied by a roar, they were shocked. This kind of impact really scared them. Just a roar alone was enough to make them take a few steps back. Tianyun looked up and saw that the guard in the central area had a relatively high cultivation level. He was a late-stage star apostle. However, compared to ordinary star apostles, which were star apostles from the lower levels, their cohesiveness was much stronger. Through the appraisal, they were all calculated by star power. If the star apostles from the lower levels had a combined star power of 100 points, then the guards here had a combined star power of more than 200 points, which was double. This was the difference in intrinsic strength, which was also the difference in foundation. He did not expect them to be so much stronger. Perhaps there was a difference in strength because they had cultivated in this environment. What did you do to me? How dare you mark my soul with a slave mark? One of the star apostles rushed up and roared. He obviously could not accept this situation. Get lost! The guard aimed at the star apostle and slapped him in the air. The slap sent him flying, and his face was covered in blood. An emperor god had been slapped so hard that he could not fight back. Who gave you the courage to speak to me so loudly? Mark means that you are a member of the celestial Terminus ancestral land. Do whatever we tell you to do. The guard looked at them coldly and said, if you resist, you will die. Under normal circumstances, we will not use this mark, so you will not be forcibly controlled. Don't worry about that. Next, I will give you tasks. Come over here one by one. As he spoke, his aura increased, and a shadow of a starry sky appeared behind him. If one looked closely, they would see that it was a giant golden dragon star. A golden dragon was circling around it, emitting the aura of the golden dragon. A strong dragon aura descended, making it difficult for them to breathe. At this time, they finally compromised and obediently walked over to the guard. Tianyun's eyes lit up. This was the power of the powerful star power. Every cultivator had star power in their body. Different types of star power could be used to activate different types of star power. Looking at the void above them, they could vaguely see some star power that they could not see. The guard in front of them had the golden dragon star, which belonged to the second level of star power. In this world, the most important thing was the star power. The highest level was the 6th level. Generally, those who could activate the star power were considered to have good talent. Some didn't even have it. They all had star power, but they didn't have the Dharma idol star power. The difference between them was huge. The data displayed by the appraisal I kept jumping, which was the best proof. Under the display of the golden dragon star, His battle power rose by several levels, far surpassing them. No wonder he could become the captain here. How could he be the captain here without this ability? After they walked over, the guard captain retracted the golden dragon star power, and the pressure instantly disappeared. Very good. That's right. The guard took out a stack of tokens and gave them to them. These are your tokens. Take these tokens and follow me. After they got the tokens, they followed the guard captain. After passing through the gate, they did not see the outside area, but a big palace. However, this palace was a little strange. There was an altar in the center, and the top was empty, facing the void above. When they walked in and looked up, they could see the countless stars in the sky. It was the power of the star power. When Tianyun saw the power of the star power, he had a feeling that he could only see it, but not touch it. In other words, it was an area that couldn't be reached by flying. Apart from them, there was another group of people in front who were already taking the test. They lined up above the altar and stood there, feeling the power of the star power above. Chapter 1848. There was a large group of star apostles here, but the number of star apostles below could be counted with one's fingers. This was normal. There were so many worlds in this area, and there would be a small group of star apostles at almost every time. There were not many of them, but there would always be a large number of star apostles arriving here one after another. Every week, or even every day, there would be a star apostle who successfully ascended. You guys wait here. When it's your turn, go up. The captain of the guards gestured for them to stay at the side, then turned around and walked back. His task had been accomplished for the time being. He was actually just a guide. Other than the captain of the guards, there was also a powerful Deacon Bao Yang at the side, constantly recording the test results of the star apostles. He had a serious expression and did not smile at all. No matter what the results of the star apostles were, it was meaningless to him. Friend, which world are you from? A star apostle at the side, who had nothing to do, started to ask the star apostle next to him. However, the star apostle ignored him and did not even bother to say a word. He looked arrogant, as if he was not on the same level as the star apostle. The star apostle just wanted to say a word, but was ignored. However, he did not get angry and continued to ask the star apostle next to him, not feeling awkward at all. Along the way, none of the star apostles who had come with him answered. They were either too arrogant to answer, or they were still stuck in the bottom of the valley and had not come out yet. After going through so many things, they had fallen from the top to the bottom of the valley. It was extremely tragic. How could they still be in the mood to answer the questions of others, especially when they were not familiar with them? In the end, when the star apostle asked Tianyun smiled faintly and said, "Friend, you seem to be in a good mood. Now that you are immersed in the ups and downs, how can you still be in the mood to chat?" That's true. The ups and downs are too great. Falling from the high and mighty altar to the lowest level is really unbearable. Xing Tu shook his head and smiled bitterly. But it is precisely because of this that I need to talk to relieve my stress. This is my personality. If I don't do this, it will be hard for me to relieve my stress. Let me get to know you. I am Emperor God Gong Yang. No, I should be called Gong Yang Star Disciple now. Just call me Gong Yang. Tianyun looked him up and down. He had to admit that Gong Yang's cultivation level was not bad. He was only at the star apostle middle stage. It was impressive that he could cultivate to this level. Unfortunately, he was still branded as a slave and had to work for the celestial pole ancestral land for many years. My name is Tianyun. It's a pleasure to meet fellow Taoist Gong Yang. Tianyun had a good impression of him for being so enthusiastic. It was good to chat with him, for a while. At the very least, he could learn about the other party's situation. In any case, it wouldn't be a problem to chat with him for a while, and it wouldn't expose any secrets. So its fellow Taoist Tianyun, Gong Yang smiled and said, "Look at the star force. It seems like we will have to draw the star force later to see what level of star force we can obtain. In other words, whether or not we can be valued will depend on this." Gong Yang had just arrived and immediately saw the situation in front of him. Anyone with a discerning eye would be able to guess what it was with just a casual glance. Yes, no matter where you go, the talented will get better treatment. Tianyun looked at the test over there and deeply agreed with it. I wonder if those medicine gods, or those who have ascended to the title of God Emperor, have come here, or did they die when they were chosen as God Emperors? Silence. Deacon Bao Yang, who was recording on the side, looked at them. His cold gaze almost penetrated their hearts. If there's a next time, I won't even let you take the test. I'll send you to the mine directly. As for the rest, I will also send you to the mine and not let you take the test. A bunch of trash natives. Do you really think I want to let you take the test? How can you take the test? You are all a bunch of trash. There are only a few who can draw the level 1 star force. What a waste of time. The rest of the star apostles glared at Tianyun and the others. If they really could not take the test, they would not even have a chance to make a comeback. Although they were scolded as trash, they could only accept it. They had no choice but to lower their heads. Gong Yang's face turned red, and he clenched his fists tightly. They had only chatted for a short while, and it was almost silent. How could they disturb others? To put it bluntly, Deacon Bao Yang disliked everything, and he especially disliked them. Regardless of whether it was the Deacon Bao Yang or the guards, staying here was like being imprisoned. They did not like this job at all, especially when they met a bunch of trash among the trash. If there were outstanding star apostles, they would be rewarded. However, they were all low-level ones who could not even draw the level 1 star force. How could they be happy? Tianyun reached out and patted his shoulder, signaling him not to be angry. He was also unhappy, but this was their territory. Even if he wanted to resist and kill this guy with a slap, he would have to think twice. Unless he could escape in one go, he would not dare to be so impulsive. Gong Yang nodded and gave him a grateful look. He could only obediently keep his mouth shut. After this small interlude, the entire palace fell silent. Only Deacon Bao Yang's voice could be heard. "You can't even draw the star force. Trash. Go to the mine." Deacon Bao Yang waved his hand and told the star apostle to go to the mine. This star apostle stood on the altar and tried to draw the star apostle's power for a long time, but there was no sign of it. He was determined to be trash and could not draw any star power. "No, trash, go to the mine. It still hasn't been activated. Trash, go to the mine too." Then 3 star apostles appeared in a row and did not draw any star power. This made Deacon Bao Yang very impatient and even a little angry. In the midst of his disappointment, one of the star apostles finally shouted. In the void above him, a faintly discernible star force flickered, accompanied by the flickering shadow of a giant python. It descended and deeply imprinted itself into the star apostle's body. Giant python star, level 1 star power. Although it is still trash, at least it is better than nothing. Go to the war and join the army. Deacon Bao Yang's expression finally softened. A low star power was better than no star power at all. Then the other star apostles continued. Some of them succeeded, while others did not move at all. This made them feel extremely uneasy. If they joined the army, they would be able to obtain more military merits by killing giant beasts. As for mining, needless to say, they would not be able to obtain many military merits even if they dug until they died. Chapter 1849. As the Star Apostles went through the test one by one, the highest level was only level 1. No wonder the deacon was so angry. The first level was too low. Although it was better than nothing, it was still low. Only a second level Star Dharma idol had some value. Both the guard captain and the deacon had level 2 Star Dharma, which showed how important it was. The higher the level, the more powerful it would be. It could be said that the difference was like heaven and earth. The Star Dharma was destined to have great achievements in the future. Those with lower grades basically had no future to speak of. Soon, it was Yi Qianyun's turn to take the test. I wonder what Star Dharma I will have. Yi Qianyun rubbed his palms excitedly. He hoped that he would have a level 2 or above. It would be embarrassing if he did not even have a Star Dharma. When he came to the altar, Deacon Bao Yang pointed at him and said, "You too don't have to take the test. Go to the mine, directly." Yi Qianyun was stunned and frowned. "Why? We didn't take the test, and we might not even have a level 2. How can we be assigned to the mine directly?" Deacon Bao Yang looked at Yi Qianyun as if he was looking at a piece of trash. The results are the same. The highest is only level 1. So what? Trash is trash. Just report to the mine directly. "I can't accept this," Yi Qianyun said in a low voice. "Even if you only have a level 1 Star Dharma, you can go to the army. Isn't it unreasonable to be assigned to the mine?" It was one thing for these guys to be prejudiced. That was something he could accept. But now he was directly judged to be going to the mine without even taking a test. This was too unfair. "What I said is reasonable." Deacon Bao Yang looked at him coldly. "You don't have any ability, so why are you still complaining? I hope you can think about yourself in the mine and don't make such a stupid mistake again." The rest of the Star Apostles on the side all had gloating expressions on their faces. This was the consequence of speaking outside, or in other words, provoking Deacon Bao Yang. Here, they were reasonable. Who dared to disobey them? Yi Qianyun's face sank, and Gong Yang's face is also ugly. He didn't expect that his little chat would cause such a thing. "I will take responsibility for my own actions. I was the one who started this." Gong Yang stood up and cupped his fists as he said, "Mr. Deacon, this is my problem, not Cultivator Qianyun's. If you want to punish someone, punish me." Gong Yang did not back down. Instead, he chose to stand up and take responsibility. "I said that both of you will be sent to the mine. Just because you take responsibility doesn't mean that he doesn't have to go. Don't tell me that I didn't make myself clear. Whatever I say goes. No one can change my mind." Deacon Bao Yang looked at him mockingly. No matter how much Gong Yang pleaded, it was useless. Gong Yang. He knew that he would implicate Yi Qianyun. When he was about to say something, Yi Qianyun stood up and said indifferently, "You are abusing your power. There is no such rule here, right? The normal rule was to first pass the test and obtain the Dharma idol before being sent to the corresponding area. You're skipping the rules and abusing your private rights." Although the rule here was to listen to the orders of the higher-ups, there were some things that couldn't be overstepped. For example, Deacon Bao Yang had overstepped his authority. However, none of the guards or other Star apprentices said anything. They were all waiting for a good show. Deacon Bao Yang looked at him coldly. "You're courting death. How dare you say that I'm abusing my power? This is disobeying orders, a capital crime." Deacon Bao Yang was instantly enraged. Disobeying his orders was a capital offense. Then he turned his hand and slammed it towards Yi Qianyun. Behind him, the Dharma form of the giant ape appeared, and the explosive force increased by more than 3 times. The essence of the great ape star was to enhance one's strength. It could greatly enhance the strength of the user, and it could crush the opponent with its violent strength. With the help of the star Dharma idol, Deacon Bao Yang seemed to have transformed into a giant ape. He swung his fist and smashed it down from the sky, destroying heaven and earth. He was merciless and merciless. In his opinion, these people were just a bunch of ants. If they died, they died. The higher-ups would not hold them accountable. In this place, they were kings, and no one could control them. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. Without fear, he also swung his fist and counterattacked. Crazy mode, activate. Even if it was not 128 times the power, the 8 times increase in combat power was enough to crush a bunch of star Dharma idols. Bang! It was a simple and violent punch. It could be said that it was a fist against a fist. However, under such a bombardment, the giant ape hand that was smashing down was destroyed by his punch. Even Deacon Bao Yang was sent flying by this punch, and a large part of his body caved in. This scene stunned everyone. He didn't even have the star Dharma idol, and his cultivation was weaker than Deacon Bao Yang's. How could he crush Deacon Bao Yang? Yi Tianyun quickly stepped forward and appeared in front of Deacon Bao Yang in the next second. When Deacon Bao Yang tried to get up, he stepped on his chest. A capital crime? I should be the one sentencing you to death. You, how dare you? Deacon Bao Yang's eyes were filled with fear. He never thought that Yi Tianyun would be able to resist his power. How could Yi Tianyun, who hadn't even awakened his star Dharma idol, have the power to resist him? Kacha, Yi Tianyun stomped down hard on Deacon Bao Yang's chest, causing it to explode. At the same time, Deacon Bao Yang's head was also crushed. Successfully killed Deacon Bao Yang. Obtained 128 star energy points. Yi Tianyun was stunned when he heard that he could only obtain star energy points. It seemed that the drop rate had dropped quite a bit. Not even a single treasure had been dropped. Of course, even if it hadn't dropped, it wouldn't have mattered. He swept away Deacon Bao Yang's storage ring. There were many things inside as well. When the others saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Deacon Bao Yang had died just like that, right in front of them. Before the guards could react, they saw Yi Tianyun kill Deacon Bao Yang. Gong Yang was dumbfounded. If it were him, he wouldn't have dared to do this. Not only was the difference in cultivation too great, but this was someone else's territory. How could he resist? He didn't dare to resist, but Yi Tianyun did. If he was sent to the mines, he would be finished. There would definitely be more guards there, and it would be even more difficult to escape. Moreover, Deacon Bao Yang was about to kill him, so how could he just stand there and let himself be killed? That wasn't his style. Or perhaps it was better to say that forbearance had never been his style. He would kill when he had to. Chapter 1850. Without giving the guards any time to react, Yi Tianyun rushed forward and punched a guard. In the blink of an eye, all the guards had died at his hands. They did not even have a chance to resist. He had also easily earned a large amount of star energy, enough for him to level up. Especially after his system had been upgraded and he could use Crazy Mode, he did not hesitate to activate Crazy Mode, which increased his star energy by 8 times. This way, he could easily break through to the mid-stage Star Apostle level. However, he did not need to break through for the time being, and he was not in a hurry to do so. In the blink of an eye, all the guards with Dharma powers had been killed. What was left was a group of Star Apostles who were dumbfounded. They were all dumbfounded. When Yi Tianyun looked over, they all took a few steps back, worried that Yi Tianyun would silence them. You've gotten yourself into big trouble. You've actually killed all the guards here. Who knows, you might even implicate us. That's right, you've caused a huge disaster. especially with the soul imprint. Even if you try to escape, you won't be able to. Damn it, we might be implicated. They all had sullen faces. If they were implicated, then they would all die. Tianyun could not be bothered with them. Instead, he turned to Gong Yang. If I continue to stay here, I'm afraid I'll implicate you. I'll take my leave first. I hope we'll meet again, if fate allows it. He had a good impression of Gong Yang. Gong Yang had stepped forward to take the blame, which was a very responsible act. Although it seemed like he had implicated Tianyun, more importantly, it was because Deacon Bao Yang looked down on their lives and treated them as if they were not alive. If they made him unhappy, they would all be sentenced to death. All right, we'll meet again, if fate allows it. But that soul imprint, Gong Yang was still very worried. Don't worry, I can deal with it myself. Tianyun would not say that he did not have a soul imprint. He did not delay any longer and turned to rush out of the palace gate. If he was discovered, he would not even have time to escape. In the blink of an eye, he rushed out of the palace gate alone. What greeted his eyes was a boundless mountain forest. This huge palace was built in the forest. It was surrounded by a dense forest, like a city wall, surrounding the palace layer by layer. As soon as he came out, there were a few guards in front of him who were arranging the star apprentices to board the spirit boats in front of them so that they could go to their assigned areas. Which area are you heading to? The guard subconsciously asked when he saw him come out. What answered him was a huge fist, a one-hit kill. The guard didn't even have time to react before he was killed. Even at the moment of his death, he didn't know what had happened. They were outside and had no way of sensing what was going on inside. On top of that, Tianyun's swift movements made it impossible for the guards to call for reinforcements. As for the energy spreading outside, that was even more impossible. There was a barrier on the palace gate locking the energy inside. Not only did the lockdown energy not leak out, but even the energy from the outside was constantly being drawn in. Thus, the battle inside was unable to leak out. Unless they came in to check, they wouldn't be able to sense anything wrong. In the blink of an eye, the two guards outside were killed. The only ones left were the guards inside the spirit boat. Without any hesitation, Tianyun dashed into the spirit boat and blasted the guard who was controlling the spirit boat into pieces. The rest of the star apprentices were dumbfounded. If you don't want to die, get out of here now. Tianyun looked at them coldly. The star apprentices trembled and immediately turned around to leave the spirit boat. They didn't dare to stay any longer. They didn't dare to resist Tianyun's orders. They didn't know what was going on with Tianyun. If they dared to stand up for him, they might die. After they left, Tianyun patted the pearl on the spirit boat, and energy continuously flowed into it. With a swoosh, the spirit boat flew up into the sky and disappeared from the area. As soon as he left, some guards rushed out, but there weren't many of them. Along the way, Tianyun had dared to resist because he could see that there weren't many guards here. He didn't want to stay in this place. Coincidentally, the guards here were lax, so it wasn't difficult for him to escape. Perhaps they thought that no one would resist, so they were so relaxed. They weren't wrong to think that way. After being branded with a soul brand, it was almost impossible to resist. If a stronger superior gave an order, they wouldn't be able to resist and would have to obey it. However, Tianyun's speed was astonishing. They didn't even have the chance to give an order before they were killed. Or, rather, they were dumbfounded. They didn't expect Tianyun to be so bold as to resist them. This was definitely the first time in history that someone had resisted. He escaped in that direction. Chase him. The captain of the guards rushed out angrily. His eyes were filled with surprise and anger, but more than that, fear. If they couldn't catch him, they would be punished. Immediately, they boarded the spirit boat. drove the star disciples off, and quickly chased in the direction where Yi Tianyun was. I hope Cultivator Tianyun can escape successfully. Gong Yang and the others came out of the palace and were a little worried when they saw the situation. Except for Gong Yang, the other star disciples were watching the show from the sidelines. Some were worried. They didn't want to be implicated and punished together. That would be unjust. At the same time, Yi Tianyun, who had snatched the spirit boat, was going all out. He let the spirit boat fly forward at the fastest speed. He didn't know what was going on in this area, so he just needed to escape. What an amazing speed! The level of this spirit boat is far better than a heavenly god treasure. Yi Tianyun took a closer look, and the appraisal I immediately showed him the information. Star sector level spiritual treasure. A level higher than a heavenly god. It has a vast amount of star power, and with the help of the star power, it can exert the strongest speed. Star sector level spiritual treasure. A treasure that surpassed the heavenly god level. However, it seemed to be more common here. At least, to Yi Tianyun, there wasn't much to see. Activate the star power. I haven't even activated my Dharma power. How can I do that? Yi Tianyun had only used it for a while, but he knew that he couldn't use all his strength to activate it. The spirit boats behind him were much faster than he could control. It wasn't that their cultivation was far higher than Yi Tianyun's, but that they could use the star power of the Dharma power to exert the strongest power of the pearl. If this continued, he would definitely be caught. Good, let's continue to catch up. Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. He felt that it was really exciting. Chapter 1851. Chase after him. The captain of the guards roared at his subordinate. Captain Chun Xing, this is the fastest we can go. We can't go any faster, but if we continue like this, it won't be long before we catch up. The fugitive doesn't seem to have star aspect, so he can't increase his speed. The star aspect behind the subordinate flashed. If one looked closely, they would find that it was actually a giant eagle. This subordinate's star aspect was the giant eagle star. Although it wasn't of a high grade, when used on this spirit boat, it could reach its maximum speed. This was why Chun Xing let his subordinate control it. His star aspect was very strong, but that was only in battle. On the spirit boat, its effect was relatively average. That's for sure. He hasn't awakened the star aspect, so naturally he can't use it. Captain Chun Xing looked ahead coldly. Where did this kid come from? Which world did he come from? How is it possible for him to be so powerful without awakening his star force? He really couldn't understand, especially when he heard the sounds of fighting outside. He quickly rushed out. By the time he rushed out, Yi Tianyun had already killed his way out, snatched the spirit boat, and left. As he quickly understood the situation, he was shocked to find that someone had resisted, killed all the attendants and guards, and fled with the spirit boat. This was something that had never happened in history. If he was investigated, he would definitely be severely punished. At the very least, he would be sent to mine, or something. At the very least, he would be killed. But he forgot one thing. Those who are marked with the slave mark can escape. Captain Chun Xing said coldly, "Get closer, then I'll control him." As long as it was a captain, they could give orders to control. Everyone had different levels of authority. Captains could control the slave mark. Even if the other party was an upper god emperor stronger than them, they could still order them to do things. This was a matter of authority, but as their cultivation increased, it would change very quickly. When that time came, captains naturally couldn't order them. Soon, the spirit boat caught up. When there was still some distance between them, Captain Chun Xing immediately shouted, "I order you to stop." Captain Chun Xing shouted in a solemn voice, trying to activate the slave brand. As long as the other party heard the command, he would definitely obey. However, Even though he had shouted, the spirit boat in front of him did not stop. Instead, it continued to rise to a higher level. This caused Captain Chen Xing to be stunned. His orders were useless now. In my capacity as Captain Chen Xing, I order you to stop. Captain Chen Xing thought that his order was not conveyed, so he shouted again. This time, the voice was loud and clear. However, the spirit boat in front did not stop. It continued charging forward, passing through more forests and flying further into the distance. If this continued, they would definitely escape from this area. What's going on? Why isn't it working? Team leader Chen Xing was stunned. How could the command that had worked every time be ineffective? After that, he turned to look at his subordinate and ordered, "Kneel down right now." The subordinate's soul imprint flickered, and he knelt down without any hesitation. He didn't even know what had happened. There's no problem. Why can't he control it? Captain Chen Xing frowned. He really couldn't understand what was going on. Captain Chen Xing, could it be that the fugitive doesn't have that soul imprint? The guard next to him interrupted. This. Captain Chen Xing's expression stiffened. He immediately shook his head and denied it. That's impossible. Even a Star Master can be controlled by a soul imprint. Why isn't it working on him? But Captain, you've already shouted so many times, and the other party didn't have any effect at all. It's very likely that there really was an accident, and he didn't have the soul imprint on him. This guard was somewhat wise and could guess one thing. Could it be that the soul imprint really wasn't engraved on his soul? Captain Chen Xing's expression was strange. If there really was such a loophole, it would be really miraculous. All this while, such a situation had never occurred. As such, he had never thought about this problem. Immediately after, his gaze turned cold. He continued to shout, "How dare you violate the rules and kill the warden here? If you don't stop in time and surrender obediently, I'll wipe out all the forces in your hometown. I'll wipe them all out, kill them all. If you obediently surrender now, I won't hold your hometown responsible at all." "Captain, is that useful?" the guard next to him asked doubtfully. "Of course it's useful. These trash aboriginals came up from below, and they all have a lot of feelings for the place down below. Most of them work themselves to death here to accumulate military merits to exchange for freedom and ownership of their hometown. They don't know that they'd probably be dead by the time they accumulate so many military merits, right?" Captain Chen Xing said confidently. "Just watch. He will definitely surrender soon. After all, the power is in our hands. What if we meet a heartless person?" The guard next to him asked curiously. "Slap." Captain Chen Xing slapped the guard, sending him flying. "You talk too much. If he's a heartless person, then we'll kill him directly and destroy him. Even if we have to chase him to the end of the world, we'll catch him." As soon as he finished speaking, the spirit boat in front of them suddenly turned around and rushed towards them. I'm right? These trash aboriginals, as long as we threaten them slightly, they will immediately become obedient. Everyone listen to me. We must capture him alive. I want to see just what is going on with this boy, that he can't be controlled. Captain, over there. What are you shouting for? Calm down a bit. Didn't he obediently come over to surrender? Captain Chen Xing turned his head and saw that the spirit boat that Yi Tianyun was controlling was ruthlessly crashing towards them. Not only was its speed not slow, but it had also reached its fastest speed. It was like an enraged dragon, roaring as it hurtled towards them. "Crazy, he's gone crazy!" Captain Chen Xing shouted out. Hurry and dodge!" The two spirit boats crashed into each other, not to mention the fact that the spirit boats would be damaged, but it would be hard for them to withstand the impact. In particular, the other side seemed to have gone mad. He was like a madman amongst madmen as he rushed towards them. Bang! It was already too late to dodge. They had both reached their fastest speed, and Etienne's speed was also the fastest. When the two of them were added together, their speed was undoubtedly even more astonishing. As they crashed into each other, a violent explosion occurred. The surrounding forest was blasted apart, and a giant mushroom cloud soared into the skies. Chapter 1852. The impact of the explosion was so strong that even the palace in the distance could feel the strong vibration. The range of the impact was too wide. If it had not been a little far away, the palace would have been affected. The star apostles who were watching from outside the palace did not know what had happened. What happened over there? It seems that something happened to Captain Chen Xing. Send more people over to check it out. Another captain came out of the palace. The palace was very big, but there were many people who were lazing around. Usually, they had nothing to do, so they took turns to work. The rest of the time, they would stay in the cultivation room to meditate in seclusion or do other things. To put it bluntly, they were not strict enough, which led to the current situation. They were also too confident in themselves. With the slave mark, they were not afraid that the other party would disobey them. However, they did not expect that Etienne was an exception. He did not even have a slave mark. Immediately, a group of guards boarded the spiritual boat and flew towards the direction of the explosion. The other star apostles who had just boarded the spiritual boat were dumbfounded and did not know what to do. They were just abandoned at the side, and no one cared about them for the time being. Gongyang turned his head and looked around. When he found that there were no guards around, his figure flashed, and he hid in a corner and quietly chose to escape. The slave mark was a very troublesome thing, but if no one controlled it, it was no different from being a free person. Not all areas of the celestial terminus ancestral land were managed by strong people. If they could hide, they would naturally do so. Not only Gongyang, but other star apostles also chose to boldly escape, and some chose to stay there instead of leaving. This situation showed that they were not good enough to deal with the crisis. They had actually left a group of newly promoted star apostles aside. The newly promoted star apostles were extremely rebellious. If it were not for the slave mark and the strength of the guards, they would not have obeyed the order. The guards did not know any of this, and their attention was focused on Etienne. At the same time, after the explosion dissipated, the two spiritual boats were lying in a big pit smashed to pieces. Captain Chen Xing and the others in the spiritual boat were all thrown out. Some were injured, some were not dead, but many were seriously injured. How could such a violent impact be weak? Even though they were at the star apostle middle stage, they were still shaken to the point of trembling, and their injuries were not light. This was especially true for those with lower cultivation and weaker equipment. They were heavily injured and paralyzed on the ground, unable to move. Damn it, what a lunatic! Team leader Chen Xing climbed up. His injuries were average, and his defense was strong. Naturally, there wouldn't be any big problems. However, it was hard to say for the rest of his subordinates. They were all in a more miserable state. For a moment, all of them were lying on the ground, unable to move. Lunatic? Who are you calling a lunatic? A figure appeared in front of him. Captain Chen Xing had just raised his head when he was sent flying by a kick. His body was kicked into a bloody mist. Following that, the soul inside broke out of the shell and wandered about in the void. Just as he came out, a huge hand grabbed his soul and pinched it in the palm of his hand. It's you? When Captain Chen Xing realized that his body had been destroyed, he realized that he had been caught by Etienne. When he saw the unharmed Etienne, he was stunned. With such a huge impact, he should have been injured no matter what, right? He had strong protective gear on him, so he wouldn't be injured. However, no matter how strong the protective gear was, it was still destroyed by Yi Tianyun's kick. The body could defend, but what about the brain? Of course it's me. Yi Tianyun pinched his soul and said coldly, I didn't want to do this, but you said something that hurt my ears, so I couldn't help but crash into you. You want to destroy my hometown? Then I'll destroy you all first. No, don't. Bang! Captain Chunxing's soul was crushed just like that. There was no mercy. In the next second, Yi Tianyun continued to clean up the remaining guards. As they were all injured, it was very easy to clean them up. In the blink of an eye, all the guards that were chasing after him were cleaned up. Let's go. Yi Tianyun raised his head to look at the sky. He didn't stay for long and quickly left. The reason why he wasn't injured was naturally not because of his heaven-defying defense. Such a strong impact. He would have been injured no matter what. He mainly used the teleportation godstone to set a coordinate on the side when he turned back to crash. The moment he controlled the spirit boat to crash over, he immediately teleported over. Naturally, he could easily avoid the damage caused by the impact. Not long after he left, several spirit boats quickly arrived. Soon, a group of powerful guards came down. Among them was an extremely powerful existence. When he stepped out, his power enveloped the area, and all the details were reflected in his mind. There's no one left. His methods are quite rough. Everyone has been taken care of. This man had an expression of superiority and arrogance. At this moment, he frowned. Something like this actually happened. If the higher-ups find out, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep my position. Palace Master, what should we do? Should we send people to search immediately? The guard next to him asked. Isn't that obvious? Quickly increase the manpower and search for all of them. This man was the Thunder Shadow Temple Master of the palace. When such a situation occurred, he finally came out. His cultivation was at the level of a Star Master. Vaguely, the Starlight Dharma power behind him had reached the level of level 3. The power it carried was like a violent storm. It could pour out at any time and destroy everything. Yes, Temple Master. The guard hurriedly searched to the side. He wanted to turn the surroundings inside and out. The Thunder Shadow Temple Master turned back to the spirit boat and said in a deep voice, Go back. Then, they quickly returned to the palace. When the Thunder Shadow Temple Master returned, the group of guards looked a little flustered. They didn't dare to look at the Thunder Shadow Temple Master. What happened? The Thunder Shadow Temple Master had just returned and immediately sensed that something was wrong. That some of the Star Apostles who just came up escaped. The guard reported, trembling. Escaped? The Thunder Shadow Temple Master frowned. He immediately glared at them and said, Hurry up and find them. If you miss one, you can use your life to make up for it. Yes, yes. The guards complained incessantly. How could they have known that such a thing would happen? They could only hurriedly get up and search for people. If they could find one, their lives would be saved. If they couldn't, they would have to use their lives to make up for it. They didn't want to die here, and they especially didn't want to use their lives to make up for the lives of some low-level aborigines. When the rest of the guards went to search, the Thunder Shadow Temple Master looked coldly at the remaining deacons and said, Kill all the Star Apostles you have captured. This matter must not be spread. Understand? Understood. Many deacons nodded. If the main palace hall found out, they would really lose their lives. They could only harden their hearts and kill those Star Apostles who knew about this. Chapter 1853. The ruthlessness of the Thunder Shadow Temple Master caused many Star Apostles to suffer, especially those who did not escape and were killed directly. At the moment they were killed, they were filled with regret. Why didn't they run away? Why did they stay here? The people here were a bunch of selfish, arrogant people who looked down on them. Whoever trusted them was an idiot. Obviously, they were one of those idiots. Or rather, from the moment they were promoted, they had no status to speak of. They could kill anyone they wanted, just like slaughtering a chicken or a dog. There were no obstacles. Gong Yang had anticipated this situation, so he had chosen to escape first. He would rather fight to see if he could escape than stay here. From the moment he saw the cultivators here, he knew that none of them were easy to deal with, and he had no status to speak of. He would not even know what happened to him if he died here one day. The search went on frantically, be it for Yi Tianyun or the other star apostles. Everyone was conducting a large-scale search. Yi Tianyun had been listed as a key wanted person. However, this was only internal. Outsiders did not dare to spread the news. If they issued a wanted order, wouldn't it be equivalent to exposing their dereliction of duty? Hence, they had to arrest him internally, which made it much more difficult. As long as he escaped a little further, they would not be able to catch him. However, the definition of further was very far. It seemed that there was only a forest surrounding it, but in fact, the entire planet was their territory. This meant that as long as he did not escape from the planet, he would not be able to escape. For this reason, they mainly guarded the area outside. They would first guard the area outside, then slowly surround and capture him. This was a very slow and steady process. As long as there was no major negligence, they would be able to capture him. However, it all depended on time. Whoever was faster would be the winner. Just when the guards thought that Yi Tianyun would escape to another area, Yi Tianyun had actually used the teleportation godstone to return to the palace. He had to be responsible for his hometown. He had to see if they had done anything to his hometown. After all, the words of the guard had really provoked him. If they did anything to his hometown, it would be extremely troublesome. In reality, such a situation did not occur. They did not come in to investigate, or rather, they did not know which world Yi Tianyun came from. Unless one saw which world he came from in the beginning, there was absolutely no way to know which world he came from. As for destroying his hometown, that was even more ridiculous. Regardless of which area it was in, the most important thing was that they couldn't go in with their authority. Unless it was forcefully broken open, there was no way to go in and destroy it. However, if they were to check the artifact spirit, they would be exposed. After all, if they couldn't communicate with the artifact spirit, they would suspect that something was wrong and send someone down. Yi Tianyun was not worried about this matter. After all, the artifact spirit's accident couldn't be blamed on him, right? It seems that they are all crazy. They don't have time to care about this place, Yi Tianyun said as he hid in the palace. He could clearly see the situation outside, especially now that he was wearing a guard's uniform. As long as you don't look carefully, you will think that he is the guard here. He had killed the guard earlier and obtained the corresponding equipment. Dressed like a guard, he swaggered in front of the door, pretending to be a former guard, guarding this place. From time to time, he saw star apostles coming up from below and asking him to report inside. He looked no different from a normal guard. While the search for Yi Tianyun outside was driving him crazy, he hid here to take refuge. The more dangerous a place was, the safer it seemed. A long time ago, he had prepared a backup plan for himself, and he would never act impulsively. Even if he acted impulsively, he would always have a backup plan in hand, and he would not bring any disaster to his hometown. Time passed quickly, and very soon, some star apostles were caught. These star apostles were undoubtedly executed. Yi Tianyun watched coldly from the side. This matter had indeed started because of him, but the real problem was naturally the problem here. They had treated them like ants and treated their lives as nothing. In order to cover up their own mistakes, they had killed other innocent people. When these star apostles were executed, some of them hated Eteonion, but most of them hated everyone here. When they came up, they could sense what was going on. If they had a choice, they really did not want to come to this world and become slaves here. The Empyrean Terminus ancestral land is really disgusting. When I am strong enough, I will definitely destroy this place. Eteonion clenched his fists tightly. He was very contemptuous of what they had done. Now, he was waiting for an opportunity, a chance to escape. With the Thunder Shadow Temple Master guarding this place, he could not make any more plans. Originally, he had wanted to secretly kill all the guards, but this would undoubtedly expose himself. The Thunder Shadow Temple Master was very strong, so strong that he could crush him with one move. Perhaps this was the level of a Star Master, especially when he had awakened his own Star Law. If he could awaken the Star Dharma aspect, the result would be different. Perhaps with the help of this Star Law, it would not be impossible for him to fight the Thunder Shadow Temple Master. After all, if he continued like this, it would not be a problem for him to break through to the late Star Apostle level. With the help of Crazy Mode and the Star Law, it was also possible for him to crush the Thunder Shadow Temple Master. Just as he was thinking about how to escape, a familiar figure appeared in front of him, Gong Yang. He did not expect Gong Yang to be caught in the end. They were still too weak. They could cover the sky with one hand on the ground, but here they seemed so powerless. Any guard could crush them. Without awakening the Star Law, they could not release their full strength. Therefore, in the face of someone at the same level, they could only stare. There was a large amount of energy in the altar, and awakening the Star Law required energy. It was not possible to awaken the Star Law just by looking at the void outside and roaring. Otherwise, they would not have spent so much effort to build an altar to awaken the Star Law. Kid, I did not expect you to be so good at concealment. If I did not look carefully, I would not have been able to tell that you were hiding in that corner. The guard next to him dragged him to the ground and looked at Gong Yang unhappily. Speak, where is your other companion? You seem to have a good relationship with that kid. Do you know where he is hiding? Tui, Gong Yang spat and said coldly, even if I die, I will not say it. Trash like you do not deserve to know. Cultivator Tianyan will definitely escape to a place you will never know. Chapter 1854. Oh, you have guts. The guard swung the spear in his hand, and with a pa sound, Gong Yang was sent flying. His body caved in, and there was an obvious trace of the spear shaft. Gong Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. He got up and glared at the guard, coldly. It's not that I have guts, but you bunch of trash don't deserve to know. A bunch of arrogant bastards, treating us like trash. Do you think you are better than us? In my opinion, you are just a bunch of arrogant bastards. Give me some time, and I will trample all of you under my feet. Gong Yang's face was filled with arrogance. He did not rely on luck to reach his current level, but his strength. Perhaps their foundations were not as good as those who were born here, but they had strong willpower and were able to fight on. That's not right. Some of your guards actually came up from the bottom like us. Yet, you guys treat us like this. You have really forgotten your original identity. After staying here for a while, you guys don't even know who you are anymore. Gong Yang shook his head and sneered. In my opinion, you guys will be abandoned sooner or later. No matter how hard you work, the result will be the same if you stay in this godforsaken place. They will look down on you. This bunch of trash would rather die than stay here for a while. Gong Yang continued to spit. He wanted to vent the anger in his heart before he died. Since he was going to die anyway, why not spit it out to make himself feel better? The faces of the guards in front turned pale. Some of them had indeed come up from the bottom, and were assigned to this place to carry out their duties. By staying here for a while, they would be able to earn military merits. If they could find talented people, they would be able to earn even more military merits. Thus, staying here was considered a good job. However, there had never been anyone talented enough to turn this good job into a tough one. Since they did not earn any military merits, they vented their anger on the cultivators who came up from the bottom. At the same time, they had forgotten that they came up from the bottom. It was really a sad thing. What? Are you speechless because of what I said? Even if you have a breakthrough in the future, in my opinion, you are just a bunch of dogs. Dong! A spear stabbed him and nailed him to the ground. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me about your companion or where your hometown is, and I'll spare your life. The guard glared at him with bloodshot eyes. He wanted nothing more than to kill Gong Yang, but he still had to carry out his duty. Gong Yang grinned and spat on the guard's face. I've said it before. I won't say a word even if I die. Fellow Taoist Tianyan has done what I wanted to do, and I hope that one day he will come and kill all of you. I believe that he will save all the cultivators here. All the cultivators here were trapped together and had to work hard for the celestial terminus ancestral land. Actually, there was nothing wrong with risking their lives. The key was that the treatment was too poor. If they were treated fairly, climbing up from the bottom would not be a big deal. But from the very beginning, they were treated like slaves. How could they accept this? If it wasn't for the slave brand, they would have rebelled. Humph! Saving the cultivators here. What wishful thinking. The guard sneered. If he dares to come back, he will definitely be destroyed by Lei Ying, Temple Master. I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to tell me or not? The guard raised the spear in his hand and easily tore a hole in Gong Yang's body. If this continued, the hole would reach his head. What a fool! Don't even think of getting half a word out of me. Don't waste your time. Gong Yang was still stubborn and refused to say anything. In fact, Gong Yang did not know the details, and Tianyan did not say which world he came from. He only knew his name and nothing else. Therefore, it was useless to force him to answer. But he said it like that, and he was stubborn. Then go to hell. The guard was enraged. He brandished his spear, wanting to split Gong Yang in half. At this moment, a figure flashed by and punched the guard into a bloody mist which dissipated in the void. There's no need to wait for the future. I dare to come back now. Tianyan appeared in front of the guards. His eyes were cold, and a sharp aura swept in all directions. The guards at the side were dumbfounded, especially when they saw Tianyan's attire. Wasn't this the attire of their comrade? When they took a closer look, they realized that this guy was the wanted Tianyan. When did he sneak in? Cultivator Tianyan? Gong Yang was stunned. He did not expect that Tianyan would rush out to save him at this critical moment. Tianyan did not want to help at first, but seeing Gong Yang like this, his heart was moved. It had to be said that Gong Yang was a person worth befriending. Even in death, he kept his mouth shut. Actually, Gong Yang could have said something random. For example, he knew where it was and led the guards to look for it. That way, he could buy time and live a little longer. But he did not do that. Instead, he chose to scold them directly. He would not betray Tianyan. Under such circumstances, Tianyan decided to help, and in his mind, he had a new plan. Catch him! Catch him! The guards immediately reacted and quickly surrounded Tianyan. Some even quickly informed their companions so that they could capture Tianyan. You think you can catch me? Tianyan sneered. He swung his spear and charged at the guards in front of him, instantly killing them. With his domineering power, as long as they were not powerful star apostles or star masters, he could deal with them with a single spear strike. In the blink of an eye, they were easily killed and turned into a huge wave of star energy. "Brother Gongyang, come with me." Yi Tianyan pulled out the spear from Gongyang's body and gestured for him to hurry up. Gongyang quickly recovered from his injuries. This was not a problem for him. As long as his soul was not injured, there was no pressure on his body to recover quickly. Shortly after, Yi Tianyan walked in front of the altar and looked at him with a smile. "Your appearance made me want to fight. I don't need to wait for the future. I want to flatten this place now." Flatten this place? Gongyang was stunned. He then shook his head and advised, "Brother Tianyan, don't be so impulsive. Hurry up and escape. The Thunder Shadow Temple Master is very strong. He has at least the cultivation of a Star Master. There is no way we can resist him." Gongyang naturally did not believe that Yi Tianyan had such strength. The gap between a Star Apostle and a Star Master was huge. How could he make up for it? Chapter 1855. The bold idea that Yi Tianyan was talking about was actually awakening the Star Dharma power. He would take a gamble. The level of his Star Dharma power was not low. The higher the level, the greater the suppression, and the greater the increase in his strength. With the help of Crazy Mode, he felt that he had a chance to defeat Laying Temple Master. He did not have to wait until his cultivation level increased to take revenge. He could do it now. This was a gamble. He was betting that the level of his Star Dharma power was not low. When the two were combined, he would definitely reach a new height. Of course, if it was really low, he was confident that he could escape. However, he really did not want to escape. He wanted to destroy this place. Gongyang was stunned. Awakening the Star Dharma power would destroy this place. Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? It sounded like the Star Dharma power was invincible. The Star Dharma power was very strong, but its improvement was limited. It was far from improving one's cultivation level. The stronger one's cultivation was, the more powerful the Star Dharma power would be. It was not the Star Dharma power that made one extremely powerful. This could not be reversed. But Laying Temple Master is a Star Master. Even if your Star Dharma power is very strong, it is very difficult to kill someone of a higher level. Listen to me. Hurry up and escape. Gongyang stomped his feet angrily and pushed Yi Tianyan out. "You should not have appeared to save me. You should have waited for things to calm down before sneaking away." "Am I supposed to just watch you die?" Yi Tianyan said with a smile. "It doesn't matter if I die. At least you can save this place, right?" Gongyang shook his head. He felt that as long as Yi Tianyan could save the entire palace and his hometown, it would be equivalent to saving him. "Don't worry, I can not only save you, but I can also save this place." Yi Tianyan dragged him towards the altar. "I'll go up and awaken first. Protect me." With that, he stepped onto the altar. The surroundings were still empty. Everyone had gone out to search for Yi Tianyan and to catch the Star Apostles who had escaped. This was a critical period. As for those Star Apostles who had risen up, they would temporarily stay in a certain area. When a certain number of people had accumulated, they would awaken the Star Dharma idol in one go. Gongyang watched as Yi Tianyan stepped onto the altar. He clenched his fists and said, "All right, even if I die, it will be worth it. You saved my life anyway." Gongyang casually took the weapons of the guards and stood in front of Yi Tianyan. No matter who approached, he would kill without mercy. As soon as Yi Tianyan stepped onto the altar, he quickly began to sense his Dharma idol. Just as he began to sense it, the dense patterns on the ground began to surge towards him. After a wave of energy entered his body, it instantly shot up into the sky, straight into the sky. At that moment, the five-colored Emperor Dragon in his body churned and actually rushed into the void along the beam of light. He did not know where it went. Yi Tianyan didn't care about this. His soul consciousness had already followed the pillar of light into the star in the sky. He felt as if he had entered a special area. The speed at which he moved became very slow as he moved up layer by layer. This is a first-level star Dharma idol. Tianyun sensed the rings of stars around him. There were Golden Snake Star, Dragon Horse Star, Iron Hammer Star, and so on. However, he felt that he could still go up. He continued to move forward, and without much difficulty, he rushed into the area of the second-level star Dharma idol. There were also many stars here, such as Giant Ape Star, Giant Eagle Star, Golden Hammer Star, Dragon Snake Star, and so on. However, he didn't care about this place at all. He continued to move up. He needed a higher-level star Dharma idol, above the 5th level. To turn the tables, he needed at least a first-level star Dharma idol, which was a level higher than that of the Thunder Shadow Temple Master. Only then could he suppress the power of the star Dharma idol. Under the suppression of power, the opponent's power would be weakened, and he would have the advantage. However, it was too difficult to rush to the 4th or 5th level. Otherwise, there would be plenty of people at the 4th and 5th level. Awakening the star Dharma idol depended on one's own understanding and constantly rushing up. If one couldn't rush up, he could only choose his own star Dharma idol. If he hesitated, it would consume too much mental energy, which would lead to failure. However, there were some who couldn't awaken the star Dharma idol. It wasn't because he was hesitant, but because he couldn't sense it. Tianyun could easily sense it, which meant that he was quite talented in this area. Soon, he rushed to the 3rd-level star Dharma idol again. However, he didn't stop and continued to rush forward. 3rd-level star Dharma idol. When Gongyang saw this, he was stunned by the scene. He could see which area Tianyun had entered. Now that Tianyun had entered the 3rd-level star field, it meant that he could choose any star and be on the same level as the Thunder Shadow Temple Master. Ta. A group of guards quickly rushed in from all directions. After entering, they saw that Tianyun was choosing his star Dharma idol. When they saw it clearly, they were all stunned. 3rd-level star Dharma idol. This is impossible, right? Didn't he come up from below? How could he communicate with the 3rd-level star field? This is impossible, right? Did he really come up from below? For a moment, they were really stunned. Tianyun's situation had given them a strong shock. The reason why cultivators in the lower realm were looked down upon was not only because their status was too low, but also because their talent was very low. Their star Dharma idol level was really low. Most of them were only 1st level, and most of them didn't even have a level. 2nd-level star Dharma idols were already burning incense, so it was normal that they didn't think much of it. As for the deacon, he didn't even need to test it, and directly ordered Tianyun to go to the mine. Anyway, even if it was a 1st-level star Dharma idol, it wouldn't be interesting at all. There wouldn't be any military rewards. Now that it was a 3rd-level star Dharma idol, it was different. It was an existence at the level of a temple master. Its future was boundless. However, it wasn't over yet. When Tianyun rushed to the 4th-level star field, an even more surging star power appeared around him. It was as if he was surrounded by stars, extremely bright. Those that could reach the 4th-level star field all had the support of star power. 4th level. They were all stunned and forgot to make a move for a moment. Soon, the Thunder Shadow Temple Master appeared. He sensed the situation and immediately rushed over. When he saw the 4th-level star power, he was also stunned. Thunder Shadow Temple Master, should we make a move immediately? The guards immediately reacted and prepared to make a move. Wait, don't rush. The Thunder Shadow Temple Master raised his hand to stop them. How can I let such a talent go? Chapter 1856. Temple Master Lei was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he observed the situation from the side and instructed the guards not to make a move, allowing Yi Tianyan to awaken the star Dharma power. Gong Yang gripped his weapon tightly and glared at Temple Master Lei. If Temple Master Lei were to attack, he would fight him to the death, even if he had to give up his life. He had to protect Yi Tianyan no matter what and not let anyone disturb him. However, with his cultivation, he really could not stop Temple Master Lei. Temple Master Lei did not even need to use one move to kill him. When Yi Tianyan awakened the star Dharma power, he also split a bit of his divine consciousness to observe the situation around him. When he saw Temple Master Lei coming over so quickly, he was still a little wary. If Temple Master Lei attacked, he could only choose to give up and escape. However, Temple Master Lei actions were similar to his expectations. After understanding a little about the mechanism here, he knew that the merit of the Temple Master was related to whether or not he could find more outstanding geniuses. The more talented the Star Apostles, the more benefits the Temple Master would receive. Therefore, he was not only betting that he could obtain a higher-level Star Dharma power, but also that Temple Master Lei would be calm and choose to let him awaken the Star Dharma power first. Generally speaking, the Temple Master's cultivation was amazing, and he was not afraid of the Star Apostles who had awakened the Star Dharma power. Even if it was a level 5 Star Dharma power, he could still kill it with one slap. No matter how talented a child was, it was impossible for him to be stronger than an adult. Even if he could become an invincible Hercules in the future, he was still weak and could be killed with one slap. This was Temple Master Lei mentality. No matter how the other party awakened, it would be meaningless. He had absolute control over the power, so he did not have to worry about anything happening. A level 4 Star Dharma power, a lowly aborigine from the lower world, can actually achieve a level 4 Star Dharma power. This is unbelievable. Temple Master Lei eyes flashed with jealousy, but he did not attack. The rules had decided that he would not attack immediately. In his opinion, as long as he was sincere, he would definitely be able to rope him in. If he still resisted, he would kill him with one slap. The star power around Yi Tianyan once again blossomed with dazzling light. This time it was even more intense than before. It meant that he had once again stepped into a whole new level, level 5. Fifth grade Star Dharma idol. Gong Yang, who was standing guard in front of Yi Tianyan, was shocked. At first, he thought that Yi Tianyan would be lucky to have a level 3 Star Dharma idol. Now that Yi Tianyan had a level 4 Star Dharma idol, he thought that Yi Tianyan had reached his limit. Who would have thought that he would still be able to continue rushing forward? This was simply too unbelievable. 5th level Star Dharma form. Temple Master clenched his fists. Both his eyes and heart were engulfed by a sea of jealousy. Even the divine princes of the Empyrean Terminus ancestral land can't compare. A 5th grade Star Dharma idol was considered one of the best in any force. They were geniuses among geniuses and were usually called God's sons. As long as such an existence did not seek death in the future, it would not be a problem for it to become a star venerate of the ancestral land. The guards were also dumbfounded. They had never seen a 5th level Star Dharma idol appear in front of them. Shock was shock, but nothing had stopped. Yi Tianyan felt that everything was not his limit. I can still go up and enter more powerful star fields. Yi Tianyan's soul was like a sharp sword, piercing through the barrier before the star field level and rushing to a higher peak. Finally, he reached the star field of the level 6 Star Dharma idol in one go, shocking everyone. Sixth grade. Lei Temple Master was completely stunned. If he had only been slightly shocked before, This time he was completely dumbfounded. It was an existence that could only be seen but not reached. That was the level 6 star Dharma idol. Rumor had it that those who had reached the level 6 star Dharma idol would have the ability to kill those of a higher level. Even if they were 2 levels apart, they could still crush their opponents. Of course, a level 5 star Dharma idol was also amazing, but a level 6 star Dharma idol was a world of difference. No matter which level it was, it could crush its opponents. The key was that the level 6 star Dharma idol was the peak. No matter which force they went to, they would focus on training them. Moreover, it would be the most important kind, with all kinds of resources thrown at them. Oh my, what am I seeing? A level 6 star Dharma idol. Gongyang was speechless when he saw the vast power of the stars surrounding Etianyan. It really looked like a star god had descended. The entire palace was shrouded in this light. But was it over? Still not. When others thought that Etianyan was going to choose his own star Dharma idol, and even Etianyan himself was about to choose his own star Dharma idol, the shadow of the 5-colored Emperor Dragon suddenly appeared in the void. The 5-colored Emperor Dragon roared at him, rolled him up, and rushed to a higher level in the void, the level 7 star field. Perhaps it could not be considered a level 7 star field. Generally speaking, a level 6 star field was the top, and there was no such thing as a level 7 star field. But right now, it was a level 7 star field, which was impossible. In the vast void, a dazzling star Dharma idol suddenly appeared. The 5-colored Emperor Dragon. The huge dragon's body flashed in the void, and all the stars below it suddenly became dim. Everything seemed so insignificant under the light of the 5-colored Emperor Dragon. Even the level 6 star Dharma idol seemed so small in front of the 5-colored Emperor Dragon's star field. The level 6 star Dharma idol was as dazzling as the sun, but in front of the 5-colored Emperor Dragon, it was as weak as a candle. Everyone was dumbfounded. Etianyan was also shocked. He thought it was over. After all, reaching the level 6 star field was the top. Choosing the level 6 star Dharma idol was basically the end. He was very satisfied with this result. Obtaining a top star Dharma idol was already very amazing. However, he saw a hint of disdain in the 5-colored Emperor Dragon's eyes. It was disdainful of the star Dharma idols of the level 6 star fields. It was even mocking him for wanting to choose a level 6 star Dharma idol. Boom! The 5-colored divine light shrouded Etianyan. The power of the star Dharma idol began to pour into his soul and body. God, what am I seeing? A level 7 star Dharma idol. In their minds, the highest level was the level 6 star field. Now that a level 7 had appeared, it was simply a miracle. It wasn't just the guards inside the palace that were shocked. Even the forces outside saw a brand new celestial body appear in the void above the rank 6 region. Chapter 1857. Strange phenomenon. It's definitely a strange phenomenon. Above grade 6, can there be a higher star domain? This is incredible. Could this be the unique star Dharma aspect recorded in the legends? A long time ago, there were rumors of a unique star Dharma aspect. Now it has appeared. Who exactly has this star Dharma aspect? Quick, go and find it for me. No matter the price, we have to find this person and rope him in. A unique star Dharma aspect. How enviable. If he survives, he will be a genius of his generation. But if he dies, he will be nothing. When the patriarchs of the various ancestral lands saw this star Dharma aspect, they all sighed. They all chose to send out experts to search for this person, wanting to rope him in and take him for themselves. All star Dharma aspects were common. For example, it was very likely that several people in a faction would have the star Python aspect. The star Dharma aspect that appeared this time was a unique star Dharma aspect. Not to mention one in 10,000, it was the only one in the entire world. Unless the cultivator with this star dharma aspect died, this unique star dharma aspect could not be transferred to someone else. The star lords of the various ancestral lands went crazy searching for Tianyun. In the palace, the Thunder Shadow Temple Master almost knelt down. A unique star dharma aspect. Those who knew a little would know what was going on. Those who did not know were stunned. They did not know that there was a higher level than grade 6 star dharma aspects. A unique star dharma aspect. A unique star dharma aspect. The Thunder Shadow Temple Master was about to go crazy. What kind of monster was he facing, especially a native from the lower realm? This was even more shocking. This was the existence of an overlord of the present age. Once his cultivation increased, he would really be the overlord of the present age, and no one could match him. It was not that there were no unique dharma aspects in history, but there were still a few of them. However, these unique existences were extremely rare, and each of them was a top almighty. The prerequisite was that they could survive and eventually become stronger. Only then could they be the overlord of the present age. For example, if Tianyun was recruited by a faction, he would definitely be attacked. The other factions would not allow such an overlord of the present age to exist in another faction. Thus, if they didn't protect themselves properly, they would die in the cradle before they could become strong. After a while, Tianyun was finally done. A 5-colored emperor dragon appeared beside the chaos core in his body. This time, the 5-colored emperor dragon was different. It had turned into a stone statue and was circling the chaos core. So this 5-colored emperor dragon flew out to wait for me in that star area. Tianyun shook his head. He felt that it was ridiculous for him to want to choose a level 6 star dharma idol. It would be such a pity if he really chose it. There was obviously a stronger existence, but he chose a 6th grade star dharma idol. Wasn't that a joke? Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations to this little friend. To be able to obtain a unique star aspect, this is the honor of our lightning divine hall. The Thunder Shadow Temple Master clapped his hands and walked over with a smile. His smile was as friendly as it could be, as though he was looking at his own father. The other guards looked at each other. This temple master of theirs changed his attitude really quickly. A second ago, he said that he wanted to kill Tianyun's entire family. The next second, he seemed to be greeting his family and friends, and was just short of kneeling down. Thunder Shadow Temple Master, if I remember correctly, you wanted to kill me previously, and you even sent people everywhere to capture me. You said that if you caught me, you would cut me into 1,000 pieces. Tianyun wasn't surprised by this attitude. He had stayed here for a while and roughly understood the situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident. At the same time, seeing the Thunder Shadow Temple Master constantly searching for him, that furious expression was still fresh in his memory. Cough, cough, cough. Those were all words of anger. Now, I apologize for what I did. The Thunder Shadow Temple Master rubbed his palms and said with a smile, "How about this? No matter what you want to do, as long as it's within my capabilities, I will compensate you." The Thunder Shadow Temple Master threw caution to the wind. He just wanted to build a good relationship with Tianyun. He knew that the experts in the ancestors' land were definitely looking for him, so he had to build a good relationship with Tianyun before those elders came. After leaving this palace, they wouldn't be able to see each other anymore. The next time they saw each other, they would probably have to kneel down to talk instead of standing up. Gong Yang, who was at the side, put down his weapon and couldn't help but shake his head. This was the treatment of talent. The stronger the talent, the better the treatment. 1 second, he was an enemy, and the next, he became a friend. He finally knew why Tianyun said to take a gamble. But wasn't this different from what he thought? Was he going to collude with the celestial terminus ancestors' land? He sighed. In the face of such a huge force, it wasn't wrong to be willing to bow down. You can compensate me with anything? Etionyan said with a smile. Yes, yes. As long as it's within my capabilities, I will definitely do it for you. The Thunder Shadow Temple Master said with a smile. Then can you give me my hometown now? Etionyan asked. The Thunder Shadow Temple Master rubbed his hands and said, This has to be reported. I don't have the ability to approve it. After all, I don't have the ability to unlock that big formation. But don't worry, there won't be a problem. As long as it's reported, there won't be a problem for it to be approved. What military merit? In front of this talent, it was nothing. Military merit was definitely important, but in the case of amazing talent, it was just a reward. In this case, it's not something you can give me. With my current talent, I can just ask the elders and get it easily, Etionyan said with a cold smile. The Thunder Shadow Temple Master wiped his cold sweat. This was true. When Etionyan was taken away, he would definitely be praised to the sky. Anything would be a matter of a word. How about this? I'll change to another request. Etionyan looked at him and said with a faint smile, What request? The Thunder Shadow Temple Master's eyes lit up. As long as he could please Etionyan, anything was not a problem. It's very simple. I hate all the guards here. I wonder if I can kill all of them. Etionyan said something explosive calmly. What? The guards were dumbfounded. What was going on? They were actually going to be killed. The Thunder Shadow Temple Master's face darkened. He naturally knew why Etionyan did this. This was the time for revenge. Yes. The Thunder Shadow Temple Master maintained his smile and said, As long as you like it, you can do whatever you want with them. The Thunder Shadow Temple Master waved his hand and said sternly, Why aren't you coming over obediently and kneeling in front of this brother? The slave mark could not resist. As for those without the slave mark, they had to come over and kneel down obediently. Chapter 1858. A group of guards abandoned them, just like they were abandoning ants. Although Etionyan would have an extremely high status after he became an expert and could decide life and death with a word, it was really disappointing that he didn't even protect them now. Not to mention the Thunder Shadow Temple Master. Even the other temple masters and elders felt the same way. Or it could be said that this was the culture of the celestial pole ancestral land. The power of the strongest was the greatest, and they could punish anything. Thunder Shadow Temple Master. Are we going to use it too? The guards were about to cry. They weren't natives from the lower domain. They didn't have slave marks. The advantages of being natives were not small, but now they were being pushed to the edge of a fire pit. Yes, you better do as I say now. The Thunder Shadow Temple Master glared, and a sharp, murderous aura surged towards the guards, indicating for them to quickly kneel down and obey the order. If you don't do as I say, I will exterminate your entire family. Sacrificing one person to save everyone else was the most cost-effective way to go about it. The guards' faces turned pale. If that was the case, was this the only way? Then they all knelt down and obeyed the Thunder Shadow Temple Master's order. Is this okay? They can be dealt with at any time. Whether you do it yourself or I do it, there won't be any problem. The Thunder Shadow Temple Master continued to rub his hands and smile. He wasn't angry at all. In reality, he was filled with resentment and anger towards Etionyan. However, he wanted Etionyan to become good friends with him. This loss was worth it. Everything was for his own benefit. Everything else could be abandoned. Etionyan looked at the group of guards in front of him and shook his head. He had to say that it was a tragedy to be born in such a force. Everything had to be used as cannon fodder when something happened. Not enough. Tianyun looked at the Thunder Shadow Temple Master and smiled. Not enough. The Thunder Shadow Temple Master's heart was filled with anger. He had even abandoned so many of his subordinates. What else was there to be dissatisfied with? However, he still suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a suppressed voice, "Is there anything else you need? I will personally handle it for you." The Thunder Shadow Temple Master was very angry, but he could only smile and welcome it. He really wanted to kill Tianyun, but killing him would be a huge loss. If he could establish a good relationship with Tianyun, when Tianyun became a powerful elder or even a Star Lord here, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the Empyrean Terminus Ancestral Land. It's very simple. Kill yourself. That's my final request. Tianyun looked at him and said calmly, "What?" The Thunder Shadow Temple Master suspected that he had heard wrongly. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Did you say something wrong? You want me to commit suicide?" "That's right. You can't possibly think that I'll let you go so easily, right? You chased me for so long. If it wasn't for my talent, would you treat me like this?" Tianyun said coldly. "From the beginning, I wouldn't let you go. As long as you commit suicide, I won't kill your entire clan." Brother Tianyun. Gongyang was dumbfounded. He didn't expect things to turn out this way. However, he was anxious, and it was too late to persuade him. If Tianyun said this, there would be a huge consequence. The Thunder Shadow Temple Master would be furious. Ha ha ha. The Thunder Shadow Temple Master looked up to the sky and laughed. A bolt of divine lightning erupted from behind him, and a huge phantom of a thunder dragon circled behind him. His star Dharma form was the Thunder Dragon Star. Under his eruption, the Thunder Dragon Star in the void flickered slightly and released power to connect with the Thunder Shadow Temple Master. Crackle, crackle! Lightning flashed in all directions. Under the lightning, the hard ground was left with a few charred marks. A slight touch, and one would be electrocuted into charcoal. Seems like you really think of yourself as a big shot. After the Thunder Shadow Temple Master laughed, he looked at Tianyun with a crazy gaze and sneered, "I admit that your future is limitless. You can become a big shot even in the Empyrean Terminus Ancestral Land. But that's in the future, not now. Originally, I could satisfy any request of yours, but now you want to kill me." Seems like a native is a native. His thinking is so naive. Killing a being with a unique star Dharma form is really exciting. The Thunder Shadow Temple Master stretched out his hand, and a Thunder Shadow whip appeared in his palm. It complemented the power of his Thunder Dragon Star and increased its power to the maximum. "You think you can kill me with your level 3 star Dharma form?" Tianyun sneered. "I say you're a native. Even if you have a high-level star Dharma form, you're still a native. Do you really think you can kill me with this star Dharma form? The difference in cultivation can't be bridged with just this star Dharma form." The Thunder Shadow Temple Master clicked his tongue and said, "It's a pity that such a good star Dharma form is used by a native. What a waste. But if I can kill you, I'll have something to brag about in the future." The Thunder Shadow Temple Master did not hesitate. He immediately picked up the Thunder Shadow Whip and whipped it towards Tianyun. Thunder Dragon Star's power was infused into the Thunder Shadow Whip, and a huge thunder dragon appeared. It whizzed towards Tianyun. The crackling and dense lightning blocked all of Tianyun's escape routes, leaving him with no way to escape. Gongyang's face turned pale. At the same time, he sighed deeply. Everything was over. Originally, if Tianyun had befriended the Thunder Shadow Temple Master obediently, he might have been able to survive and find the right time to take revenge in the future. In the end, he was still too impulsive. If he had tolerated it, but to Yi Tianyun, there was no such thing as toleration. Looks like you still don't know the difference in the power of the star Dharma form. Yi Tianyun shook his head and said, "You're still a temple master. I thought you'd be more knowledgeable and know the unique power of the star Dharma form. Unfortunately, your knowledge is still too limited. Perhaps it's because you've been trapped here that you've become so insignificant. My knowledge is insignificant. Then you can go to hell obediently. Think about it carefully. Whose knowledge is insignificant, ignorant, lowly native." The Thunder Shadow Temple Master did not stop attacking and continued to swing his whip forward. Yi Tianyun took a step forward and released the aura behind him. The 5-colored Emperor Dragon's star Dharma form exploded. Roar. A roar that sounded like it came from the 9 heavens was heard. The terrifying 5-colored Emperor Dragon's shadow appeared behind Yi Tianyun. A terrifying and unparalleled power instantly enveloped the entire area. Lei Minglong, who had pounced forward, shrunk back behind the Thunder Shadow Temple Master like a puppy. The originally vast power of thunder and lightning suddenly became insignificant. Its power was also greatly reduced. This was the suppression of a level. To be precise, it was the suppression of the same race. Lei Minglong still had the bloodline of a dragon. The 5-colored Emperor Dragon had the body of a real dragon and possessed the supreme bloodline of a real dragon. Chapter 1859. Lei Minglong shrank, causing Lei Temple Master's power to shrink by a large margin. Without the strengthening of the star law, he was like a bird without wings. His power could not do much at all. How can this be? Lei Temple Master, who had rushed over, felt his power suddenly disappear. There was a sense of emptiness, but more than that, he felt powerless. "Lie down." Yi Tianyun charged over and kicked Lei Temple Master. The majesty of the 5-colored Emperor Dragon descended from the sky. Instantly, Lei Temple Master could not breathe. An irresistible feeling welled up in his heart. Thinking back to the powerlessness he felt in the past, it was only when he was facing someone above the level of Master Xing. But Yi Tianyun, who was only at the intermediate star apostle level, made him feel the gap between him and Master Xing. Lei Temple Master did not give up struggling. He picked up the Thunder Shadow Whip and lashed out to block Yi Tianyun's kick. But suppression was suppression. Yi Tianyun's kick was even faster. Like a divine dragon swinging its tail, it came down from the void and slashed down from a long distance away. Dong! Lei Temple Master was crushed to the ground. His head and body were crushed and turned into a cloud of blood mist. His soul didn't even manage to escape, and he was crushed by this kick, killing a temple master with one kick. How terrifying! Yi Tianyun landed on the ground and stood steadily, not the slightest bit exhausted. This is the difference between the star law. It's a pity that you will never know. Yi Tianyun's expression was indifferent. Combined with crazy mode and the star law, his power was increased by 50 times. The suppression effect of the 5-colored Emperor Dragon and the explosive effect stacked together, creating an absolute crushing power, especially the Thunder Shadow Temple Master. Without Lei Minglong's support, he was much weaker. This was the key to Yi Tianyun's victory. He did not need to use too much power to crush Lei Temple Master. Many guards were shocked and dumbfounded. Gongyang was the same. He stared blankly at the scene, not knowing what was going on. Previously, he had thought that Yi Tianyun would not be able to fight against the Lei Temple Master. But now, he was instantly killed with a single kick. His soul did not even have the chance to escape before he was kicked to death. He recalled how he had tried to persuade Tianyun to run away. That was such a joke. Successfully killed the Thunder Shadow Temple Master, obtained 12,000 star energy points, obtained Thunder Shadow Whip, low-grade star sector level treasure, and Thunder Dragon Star, level 3. A large amount of star energy surged into his body, enough for him to become a Star Master. Coupled with the 12-fold EXP, leveling up was not difficult at all. In fact, it was relatively easy. The main thing was that he didn't need to level up anything at the moment. If he had other godly skills to level up, it would really be a bottomless pit. After all the values were calculated using only star energy, which would undoubtedly consume even more star energy. However, this simplification was not bad. The Thunder Dragon Star even has such a thing. Tianyun looked at the Thunder Dragon Star in his inventory. If he used it, would he gain the power of another star aspect? But its grade was still too low, so even if he wanted it, it would not be of much use. He then turned his gaze to the other guards. The group of guards trembled, and most of them pointed their weapons at Tianyun as they trembled and said, "Even if we die, we won't let you kill us as you please." They were not willing to lower their heads. Since they were going to die anyway, they would rather fight to the death. Tianyun did not waste time with them. He held the Thunder Shadow Whip in his hand and rushed towards them, sweeping everything in his path. Wherever the whip landed, the guards were all whipped into meat patties. His attacks were extremely ruthless, and he did not hold back at all. They fled in all directions and did not even have the strength to resist. Were they supposed to just stand there and be beaten like idiots? However, their speed was not as fast as Tianyun's. He caught up to them in an instant and then surrounded them. However, some guards were surprised to find that they were not attacked. There were several times when Tianyun passed by them, but he did not attack them, as if he was deliberately letting them go. "Don't worry, I will only kill the people here, not the people from the lower world." Tianyun's voice spread across the area, and the guards who worked here were stunned. After taking a closer look, it was true. Those who were not killed were all from the lower domain. It was very simple for Tianyun not to kill them. They were originally from the same origin, so there was no need to kill them all. They were only here to earn some military merits. As for those who were too arrogant and forgot that they were from the lower realms, he also killed them. However, most of them put themselves in Tianyun's shoes and did not forget that they came from the lower domain. Therefore, they did not attack the star apostles from the lower domain, nor did they treat them badly. They were all very friendly. This was what Tianyun had discovered when he was carefully observing the situation in the palace. After Tianyun killed them all, there was still a group of guards from the lower domain left. Although these guards were not killed, they still trembled and said, "Thank you for not killing us, sir. Although we are fine, what should we do next?" The temple master was dead, and the guards were all dead. They were the only ones left alive. But if the higher-ups sent people down, wouldn't they be finished? The key was that they all had the slave mark, so they could not escape even if they wanted to. Or rather, they could only stay in the celestial pole ancestral land and could not go anywhere else. Tianyun looked at them and said calmly, "It's very simple. You will continue to work here, and you will do what you did in the past. The difference is that no one will care about you, and you will be able to enjoy the resources here. According to my observations these days, basically no one will come here, right? Usually people will be sent over to pick people up, and after they leave, there will be nothing else. This is really," they looked at each other, and the fear in their hearts was gradually suppressed. There was no one managing this Thunder Shadow Palace at all. The Thunder Shadow Temple Master was managing it, So naturally he would not send people down to patrol or anything. There was no need for that at all. So you can cultivate here peacefully and slowly earn military merits as usual. Eteonyon frowned and said, as for the slave mark, it can't be removed for the time being. The slave mark is naturally not easy to remove. It requires a lot of military merits to exchange for it. They were dejected. The slave mark was a huge knot in their hearts, and it locked their freedom. However, when Eteonyon said that he couldn't remove it for the time being, it was because his level in this area was too low. If he were to level up, he might be able to remove it. No matter what, it was so satisfying just now. We've finally exterminated those fellows. How satisfying. That's right, it was too depressing. Those guys were arrogant, and they didn't care about our lives. No matter how hard we tried, we couldn't get any recognition. Good kill. From now on, this is our territory. Chapter 1860. They had been oppressed for too long. Even if they worked hard here, it would be useless. They looked down on them. From the moment they came up, they were looked down on. They didn't see them as companions at all, but as slaves. It could be seen from the slave mark. The local cultivators didn't have slave marks, but those from the lower worlds always had slave marks, unless they had enough military merits to remove them. Otherwise, even if they became star masters, they would still have slave marks if they didn't remove them. However, if they really became star masters, they would definitely have military merits. Unless they didn't want to get rid of them, it wouldn't be a problem. But no matter what, those who came up from the lower worlds would always feel inferior. Under such circumstances, the contradictions accumulated more and more, but they couldn't resist and could only bear it silently. This time, when Eteonyon killed all the guards and palace masters, they felt very happy, although they were worried. It was still a good result compared to getting rid of the pressure in their hearts. Then Eteonyon started to set things up. He told them to do what they should do according to the original situation. Gongyang also awakened the Star Dharma. It wasn't a low level, it was a level 2 Star Dharma. Not everyone could be as nature-defying as Eteonyon. It was already very impressive to be able to obtain a level 2 Star Dharma. In the following time, Eteonyon didn't leave. He stayed in the Thunder Shadow Palace and looked through all kinds of information. The information here was relatively complete. It recorded the situation of the Celestial Pole ancestral lands and the other ancestral lands. The information about the other ancestral lands was more general, but the Celestial Pole ancestral lands was more detailed. He had to understand the situation of the Celestial Pole ancestral lands. Once they fought, he had to understand the other party's situation. During this time, Eteonyon told the Star Apostles to stay here and cultivate. They had more freedom here and could awaken the Star Dharma at will. It didn't matter if they didn't awaken the Dharma well. At least they wouldn't be transferred to places like the mines. There was one thing he couldn't change, and that was the slave mark. If they wanted to come out, they had to go through the long corridor. Therefore, the slave mark would definitely be branded on them. Unless he was at a higher level in this aspect, there was no way he could break the formation here. However, right now, he was accumulating his troops. He had them stay here for now, and when he could unlock them in the future, he would unlock them all at once and use them for himself. He was very ambitious. Since the Celestial Pole ancestral land wanted to enslave them, he would destroy it. Fellow Taoist Tianyan, bad news. Gongyang hurriedly rushed over and said, the higher-ups have sent someone down, saying that they want to check it out. Tianyan closed his book and stood up. That's strange. Why are there people coming down to check? Do they have nothing better to do? He frowned, feeling that the newcomer did not come with good intentions. He had tried his best to arrange for some star apprentices to be sent to other regions that were relatively friendly with them, instead of not sending them out at all. If they didn't send it out, they would definitely think that something had happened. Although the Empyrean Terminus ancestral land looked down on those who came from the lower realms, they were the foundation of their basic combat power. For example, the miners and the military power were all taken care of by these cannon fodder. If there were too few of them, they would immediately send someone down to hold them accountable. In order to ensure that this place was well protected, Eteonyon arranged for some star apprentices to be sent out. Those star apprentices all knew what was going on, but they were sent out in batches, in turns, without any special treatment. Who knew that someone would still come down to check it out, and it was very likely that they felt that there were too few of them. What should we do? We don't have the laying temple master here. Gongyang said anxiously, if we are discovered, we will be doomed. Their cultivation levels were so low. Although Etienne's cultivation was not weak, they were not strong. If they were discovered, they would really be surrounded and killed. Calm down, leave it to me. Etienne stretched out his hand, and a long robe draped over his body, covering his face. I will be the Lei-ing temple master. You guys just follow behind me. Gongyang was stunned. How could he be impersonated? Etienne didn't explain, and walked out with his people. Just as they stepped out, a dissatisfied voice came from the front. Lei-ing temple master, you are really arrogant. You actually didn't come out to welcome us. They didn't even greet him and just barged in. What came into sight were 2 star masters. Their cultivation levels were early-stage star masters, and their levels were similar to the Lei-ing temple masters. No wonder they were so impudent. Lei-ing temple master? The leader was a man with a flaming afro. He had red hair and a burly body. He looked like a fire god. When they saw that Etienne was wrapped in a black robe, they really didn't know what was going on. Cough, cough, cough. Recently, there was a problem with my cultivation, and my whole body is burnt black. It's a little ugly, so I won't embarrass myself. As he spoke, Lei Minglong's power flashed in Etienne's body. It was the Lei-ing temple master's power of thunder. Gongyang, who was standing at the side, was stunned. He was nervous just now, afraid that he would be discovered. Now, Etienne could actually release the power of the Lei-ing temple master. Such accurate Lei Minglong's power was quite familiar. If they didn't know beforehand that the person in front of them was Etienne in disguise, they would have really thought that the Lei-ing temple master had resurrected. All of this was the effect of the Lei Minglong star. After releasing it, they realized that it could really release the power of the Lei Minglong star. There was no need to swallow it into the body. All they needed to do was to use it. They just needed to pour in a little star power, and they would be able to release it. Ha! I didn't think that you would have such a day. The 2 of them immediately believed him. Who else could fake such a familiar power? Moreover, they didn't think that the Lei-ing temple master would be killed. May I know why the 2 of you are here? Etienne went straight to the point. This time, we are here for a very simple reason. We sent out 2 little lowly trash from the lower worlds. Is there any problem with the palace you are managing? The one with the red afro was called Fire Lion. He had the level 3 Fire Lion star, so he simply and crudely named himself Fire Lion. As expected, they were here to inquire about this matter. It didn't exceed Etienne's expectations. That's right. If it weren't for the 2 of us, I'm afraid that your position would have been lost. The other one was called Wind Ape. He had the power of the Wind Ape star and was also at level 3. Both of them were not weak. Although they weren't temple masters, their positions were not much different from the temple masters. Etienne squinted and sized up the 2 of them. If they really fought, it would take some effort. After all, the suppression of the five-colored emperor dragon would not have much effect on them. Of course, he wasn't worried in this aspect. There was no suppression of the same race, but in terms of power, he would absolutely crush them. This was because he had already broken through to the early stage of star master cultivation. If he used all his star energy, he would be able to increase it. Chapter 1861. But this time, we'll help you cover it up for the time being. Next time, please be more careful. I know you're usually vicious and merciless. If you get angry, a group of people will suffer. Fire Lion said with a smile, but you still have to take it easy. Don't go too far, understand? That's right. If you don't reach the target, you won't be able to keep your position as Temple Master. We'll let it go this time, but don't do it again. This time, we'll say that you didn't have enough resources, which led to this situation. When the time comes, we can help you apply for the next batch of resources. Don't forget to give us some back. Wind Ape laughed sinisterly at the side. Sure enough, the three of them were in cahoots. They had a good relationship and had probably done this kind of thing many times. Most of the resources that were released were taken away, and only a small portion would be released to the various large worlds. Of course. Tianyan pretended to agree. He would drive the two of them away first and settle down for a while. Oh, right. Are there any good goods this time? The female disciples that came up last time were not bad. Their personalities were fierce, and their resistance was not small. I like them. Fire Lion licked his lips, his eyes full of intense light. Are there any left for yourself this time? I remember that you often left some for yourself to enjoy, and some were even sucked dry by you. Hey, you still have the nerve to talk about laying. Aren't you the same? Sometimes you just choke people to death. What a bummer. Wind Ape chuckled and said, I'm more gentle. I'll torture them slowly. The female disciples who came up from below have stronger personalities. They climbed up bit by bit, but in the end, they were tortured bit by us until they collapsed. Everything turned into nothing. It's really quite exciting. It's not just exciting. I like to see their desperate and unwilling expressions. Torture them to death bit by bit. Their stubborn gazes make me want to stop. One by one, they described their disgusting and perverted behavior, which made Tianyan silent. Gong Yang clenched his fists, and his nails dug into his palms, but he didn't notice. He could only lower his head and look at the ground, not daring to raise his head to look at Fire Lion and the others. If the anger in his eyes was seen, he would reveal something. It seems that you guys like to play like this, usually. A cold voice sounded in their ears. Hey, what do you mean by usually? You sound like you don't usually play like this. Of the 10 female disciples, I reckon that not more than one will be able to escape from your grasp. Fire Lion didn't hear the cold tone in his voice. He slapped Tianyan's shoulder and said with a smile, You often use Lei Minglong's power of thunder and lightning to burn them bit by bit. How can you talk about us? Oh, then you can die first. Tianyan dragged it over, and with an extremely berserk strength, he punched the flame lion. With a boom, the flame lion was turned into a ball of flames, but it quickly condensed to the side. However, his face was pale, and he had lost a life. The Fire Lion Star's special ability was a bit like the Phoenix's rebirth from the ashes. After dying once, he could be resurrected again. Who are you? You are definitely not the Thunder Shadow Palace Master. Fire Lion immediately sensed that the power that attacked him just now was not Lei Minglong's power, but some other power, which made his heart palpitate. Oh, you can even be resurrected. This ability is not weak. Tianyan looked at the reborn Fire Lion. It had some blood relations with the Phoenix clan, so it was not surprising that it could have the ability to be reborn from the ashes. The winged ape at the side also erupted with its strongest power. A huge winged ape appeared behind it. The winged ape was covered in green fur. It hammered its chest and let out a huge roar. Its mouth was like a hurricane as it charged over. In an instant, it enveloped Yi Tianyun's area. Yi Tianyun did not dodge and stood in place. After being blown by the hurricane, the black robe on his body was blown away, revealing Yi Tianyun's true appearance. As expected, it's not the Thunder Shadow Palace Master. Their pupils constricted. The winged ape's attack, just now, was even more ineffective. For a moment, they became vigilant. They had not expected the Thunder Shadow Palace Master to be dead. Gongyang was blown to the side by the wind. Because Yi Tianyun had helped to block most of it, he was only blown away. He had not expected Yi Tianyun to attack, but after thinking carefully, he immediately understood what had happened. He clapped his hands and said angrily, "Seal off the entire area." The guards outside immediately sealed off the rest of the area. Even the entrance to the palace was quickly sealed, not allowing the two to escape. Good. I didn't expect all the guards here to be replaced. Fire Lion looked around and said coldly, "I don't know where you came from or which faction you came from, but you are not from our faction. Do you think these guards will obey your orders? Kill him for me." Fire Lion pointed at Yi Tianyun. Gongyang, who was beside him, actually attacked Yi Tianyun, completely unable to control himself. Fellow Taoist Tianyun, quickly dodge. I can't control myself." The imprint in his soul began to flicker, forcing him to give orders. This was the effect of the slave imprint. All the guards had the slave imprint, so they could not control themselves and rushed toward Yi Tianyun, wanting to kill him. They were originally companions, but in the blink of an eye, they became enemies, wanting nothing more than to cut Yi Tianyun into pieces. It seems that these guards all have the slave imprint. They are all lowly aboriginals from below, although I don't know how they conspired with you. Let's see how you deal with them. Fire Lion laughed loudly, preparing to watch a fierce battle between his own people. Shut your smelly mouth. The five-colored Emperor Dragon immediately appeared behind Yi Tianyun, releasing a dazzling light in the air, causing Fire Lion and Wind Ape stars to dim. They were immediately suppressed by the difference in level, and their effects were greatly weakened. This power, they were stunned as they looked at the five-colored Emperor Dragon behind Yi Tianyun. It's that mysterious expert with a unique star last time. It's actually you. They had naturally seen the huge commotion last time, but they had never expected that the mysterious expert with a unique star would actually appear in front of them. Boom! Yi Tianyun's foot has already reached the Fire Lion and the Fire Lion Phantom behind it, directly trampling them to the ground, unable to move. This violent power did not need any embellishment, and it could crush everything. You gave the order, right? Then I'll send you to hell. Yi Tianyun stomped on his head. Fire Lion's eyes widened, and he could not even say a word before he was crushed. This time, with his head crushed, there was no resurrection effect to speak of. He was completely dead. Chapter 1862. The Fire Lion was easily crushed. The Wind Ape didn't even have a chance to save it. It could only watch helplessly as its companion was killed. Let's go. The Wind Ape was terrified. The Fire Lion, which was almost as strong as him, had been killed in an instant, especially when he felt that terrifying unique star aspect. His legs kept trembling. Therefore, it didn't care about revenge at all. It turned around and fled. Survival was the most important thing. Everything else had to stand aside. It was a joke to avenge its brother. If even the fire lion was killed in a second, it would be the same for it. Wind, come! The wind ape let out a low roar, and the wind ape's starry star, Dharma idol, appeared behind it. A hurricane gushed out from its back, and its speed increased by several times in an instant. It turned into an extreme afterimage and disappeared. Oh no, we can't let him escape. Gong Yang's expression changed. He knew the situation was bad when he saw the wind ape escape. If they escaped, they would soon be discovered. At that time, they wouldn't even have time to escape. Swish! A pale green light spun in front of it and blocked the wind ape at an even faster speed. You want to escape with this speed. Yi Tianyan blocked the wind ape with an indifferent expression. The green dragon scales on the five-colored emperor dragon's body became even more dazzling. It seemed that the five-colored emperor dragon had activated the wind attribute. The five-colored emperor dragon had a total of 5 attributes. They were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The power of each attribute was at the extreme level. Now that the wind attribute was activated, it could instantly burst out with astonishing speed, 10 times the speed. It wasn't like before. Now, it could stack up to 10 times the speed. It was already extremely terrifying. The wind ape's speed was only 3 or 4 times. However, Yi Tianyan could explode with 10 times the speed and crush the wind ape. Oh no! The wind ape's face turned pale. It turned around and wanted to escape. However, Yi Tianyan's kick had already sent it flying into the solid palace. His sturdy physique was still caved in by this kick, and he became half dead. Cough, cough, cough. Your speed, how can it be so fast? The wind ape crawled up with great difficulty. He was most proud of his speed. Even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. He had lost count of how many times he had successfully escaped by relying on his speed. But now he had lost to Yi Tianyan, and he had been caught up to so easily. That feeling of defeat made him lose the courage to run away. How could he resist when he had lost the ability to escape that he was so proud of? You can go down and ask your companions about this. At some point in time, Yi Tianyan had already arrived in front of the wind ape. He directly stomped on the wind ape. He didn't use any fancy moves. He just stomped on the wind ape. To deal with them, there was no need to release more power. Just relying on the star Dharma idol was enough to crush them. He did not even need to activate crazy mode. The 5-colored emperor dragon was enough to suppress him. This was the effect of a high-level star law. Successfully killed wind ape. Obtained 12,000 star energy points. Wind ape planet. Wind ape divine boots. Just like when he killed the Thunder Shadow Temple Master, he obtained the corresponding star energy. It was the same for the Fire Lion. After killing it, he obtained star energy. Not only could he use it, but he could also gift it to others. However, gifting it to others was a bit shocking. Under normal circumstances, stars could not be given to others at will. Only under extreme circumstances could the power of the stars be transferred away. However, that would require an extremely high price to be paid in order to transfer it away. Unless it was a very high-level star law, no one would be willing to pay such a high price. Therefore, Yi Tianyan's star law would be targeted. As for whether or not it would be forcibly taken away, it was hard to say. The higher the level of the star law, the more difficult it would be to take it away. It could even be said that it could not be taken away, and there was a possibility of a backlash. Kill them all. Gong Yang and the others stared blankly at the corpses of the Fire Lion and the Wind Ape. They had all died in the blink of an eye, which also meant that this place was finished and could no longer be used as a place to live. If the two of them did not go back to report, it meant that there was something wrong with this place. They would definitely continue to send people to investigate. Isn't this a bit too impulsive? If we endure it, one of the guards shook his head. If they endured it, they could continue to stay here. This place was rich in resources and was very safe. They did not need to go to other places to do hard labor. This place was definitely the best place to stay. Etinyen's eyes turned cold. He looked over and said in a low voice, "Endure it? Give up your Tao companion and let them play with her? Of course, I know that you do not have a Tao companion with you now, but there is no lack of female disciples here. Perhaps they are not related to you, but what if they are your relatives and friends? I only know that there are some things that cannot be endured. Compared to enduring it, I want to be a person more." The reason why he was angry was not only because the two of them were beasts, but also because if one day Shi Shuiyun and the others came, wouldn't they also suffer the same situation? Therefore, his anger exploded in an instant without any hesitation. Etinyen's words made those female disciples extremely grateful. If they were really given up, they would definitely resist to the death and defend their last bit of dignity. From the bottom up, which one of them did not have a fiery temper? That's right. If it weren't for the fact that I am not as strong as them, I would have beaten them up. God knows how many female disciples they have harmed. Gongyang said with hatred, "Cultivator Tianyan's action is to vent his anger. I agree with Cultivator Tianyan's action. In fact, it is almost time for us to leave. We just need to blend in with them. It is better than being randomly assigned without any choice." The guards who had such thoughts all shook their heads. Everyone had a different way of thinking, and it was normal for them to be selfish. Tianyan shook his head. He felt that it was impossible for him to lead this group of people, or rather, he would not be able to do anything if he stayed with them. If anything happened to him one day, it would all be because of their betrayal. The fact that they had such thoughts meant that their thoughts were extremely terrifying, and it was easy for them to become fence-sitters. These kinds of people were not rare. After this incident, Tianyan had seen many things. Originally, he had wanted to lead them to fight their way out of this place, or to form an alliance of star disciples from the lower world. Now, it seemed that he had been too naive. Instead of relying on them, he might as well rely on the forces under him to rise. Chapter 1863. Those who walked different paths could not make plans together. Many of the star apostles who had been promoted were not as strong-willed. All they wanted was to survive, or rather, they did not care about it. Since they did not have a cultivation partner, they would not be handed over. Therefore, they had nothing to do with the other female star apostles. Little did they know that this was the scariest thing. When it was their turn, they would be indifferent and numb to the idea of resistance. Only then would they know what despair was. Tianyan had wanted to act alone for a long time. It was best for him to act alone. Now that the palace was no longer safe, it was time for him to leave. "Brother Tianyan, are you leaving just like that?" Gongyang followed him in. "Yes, do you have a better proposal?" Tianyan said with a smile. He had a good impression of Gongyang, as long as Gongyang was not like the other star apostles who had completely lost their humanity. "Well, I really don't." Gongyang was a little embarrassed. He really did not have a good suggestion, but after thinking for a while, he said, "Why don't we go to the army together? With Brother Tianyan's ability, it will be easy for you to make contributions and earn military merits." Gongyang did not know that Tianyan did not have a slave mark, so he thought that Tianyan also had a slave mark. With a slave mark, he would have to make contributions, or he would not be able to get rid of the slave mark. "Go to the army." Tianyan squinted. "Yes, this is the only way we can go now. We have to lower our heads. If I could get rid of the slave mark, I would definitely leave this damned place and never come back." Gongyang said with disgust, "This place is too disgusting." There is no freedom at all. That is true, but I will not go. You guys go ahead. If we are fated, we will meet again. Tianyan thought for a while and rejected. All right then, Brother Tianyan, take care. Gongyang cupped his fists and turned to leave. If he continued to stay here, he would definitely die. If he left this place quickly, he could pretend that he came from somewhere else and whitewash himself. Looking at Gong Yang's back, Yi Tianyun's biggest thought now was to claim the Chaos Realm, his home, as his own. In the lower realm, he was a king, but here it was not something he could control. As long as the seal couldn't be broken, the primal Chaos Realm would belong to the Empyrean Pole ancestral land. The main thing was that the Empyrean Terminus ancestral land could send people down at any time. This way, they could control the primal Chaos Realm at will, unless he destroyed the passageway. However, if he wanted to destroy the passageway, it would be very difficult for him to do so with his current cultivation base. Perhaps because this was the foundation of the Empyrean Terminus ancestral land, the palace was very sturdy and basically unbreakable. If he wanted to break through it, he would have to increase his cultivation by a large margin or become an astral rune master. A star inscription master was an enhanced version of a divine inscription master from the lower realms. They were an even stronger existence. Most of the star rune arrays here were at the first level, and some were even at the second level. It was extremely difficult to destroy them. According to his speculation, he would need to be at least a late star inscription master to be able to break them. It seemed that a star inscription master was very powerful, but in fact, the palace was a whole. There were many arrays accumulated, and the superimposed defense was very terrifying. If it was just one, a late star apostle could break it. However, he was now facing a hole. Therefore, it was difficult to break it, and the result was that he could not cut off the connection to the Chaos Realm. But if he cut off the connection to the Chaos Realm, how could he go back? The Chaos Realm was equivalent to a small world. If it was destroyed, the small world would collapse. At that time, all the lives inside would be finished. Therefore, it was naturally not advisable to destroy it. The best way was to dig out this small world. That was the best way. But to dig out the small world was equivalent to destroying the entire palace, which was not easy. This was the reason why he was reluctant to leave. If something happened, the Chaos Realm would be destroyed. When he told Gong Yang that he wanted to leave, he did not really mean to leave. Instead, he hovered nearby and paid close attention to the situation here. He was waiting for an opportunity, which was when the system upgrade was completed. Once the upgrade was completed, the star inscription master level would increase rapidly, and when he reached a higher level, he would be able to break the palace. If he really wanted to make contributions in exchange for freedom and home, it would be like a fart. With his strength, he did not know how many giant beasts he would have to kill to earn enough military merits. Besides, the celestial terminus ancestral land was so disgusting. Why would he work for them? This was not Yi Tianyun's style. If he wanted to be ruthless, he would be ruthless. Soon, the star apostles in the palace quickly left the place and took star boats to the corresponding areas. Only Yi Tianyun did not leave. The star apostles even tried to persuade Yi Tianyun to go with them, but he refused. Some star apostles shook their heads, thinking that Yi Tianyun was courting death. He was not weak, but there were more experts in the celestial terminus ancestral land. He is still not leaving. It seems that he wants to stay here until he dies. God knows. The celestial terminus ancestral land is much stronger than the Thunder Shadow Temple Master. He is strong, but facing the entire celestial terminus ancestral land, he is courting death. What a pity. It's rare for him to save us, but he is a little stubborn. The star apostles sighed. They felt that Eteonion was throwing an egg at a rock. Even his unique star idol was meaningless. However, their vision was indeed too low. This unique star idol was really Eteonion's capital. As long as he shouted to the outside world, many people from the celestial terminus ancestral land would extend an olive branch to him. However, they did not know that Eteonion did not have a slave imprint. After they left, Eteonion hid in a corner and paid close attention to the situation here. He also absorbed the pure star power here and obtained star energy points. Without killing any enemies, this was the best way to earn EXP. Many a little makes a mickle, and it was better than nothing. As time passed, there were more and more star apostles in the palace. They were all very confused and did not know what was going on. After coming up, they arrived at an unfamiliar place. Without anyone to guide them, they wandered around like idiots. Eteonion did not go out to help guide them and let them do whatever they wanted. Finally, after many years, an unfamiliar star boat flew over. "They're here." Eteonion's eyes flashed, and he said with a smile, "They're here to deliver experience. I wonder what level of expert they will send this time."